Section 1. The Poison. Beneath Springfield. The Radiation Theory. The Simpsons has been on television since December 17, 1989. 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes, the longest-running American animated series in history, the longest-running scripted primetime show that has ever existed on this planet. And in all of that time, across every single one of those episodes, across every storyline and every joke and every couch gag, the residents of Springfield have been slowly dying. They just don't know it. That's where we're starting tonight, with the theory that sits at the foundation of everything else. The one that, once you understand it, makes every other strange and unsettling thing about Springfield feel less like a coincidence and more like a symptom. The Springfield nuclear power plant has been poisoning the entire town since before the show began. The residents of Springfield are not eccentric cartoon characters living in an exaggerated fictional town. They are the casualties of decades of uncontrolled radioactive contamination, displayed in plain view for 36 years, while the audience laughed and nobody called an ambulance. Let's build this slowly because it deserves to be built slowly. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, a man whose age the show has never definitively confirmed, but who appears, by most reasonable estimates derived from the show's own canon, to be somewhere between 100 and 140 years old. The plant is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town of Springfield. Every home, every business, every school, every hospital, all of it runs on power generated by this facility. Springfield cannot function without it, and the facility, by any rational standard of measurement, should not be allowed to function at all. In the episode where the plant undergoes a surprise safety inspection, the inspectors find 342 separate violations. 342. The estimated cost of bringing the facility up to code? The bare minimum required to make it merely legal rather than catastrophically dangerous was $56 million. Burns refused to spend it, not because he lacked the funds. Burns is a billionaire many times over. He refused because spending the money would mean acknowledging that the violations existed. Acknowledging the violations existed would mean someone might begin asking questions about what those violations had already done to the people living downwind. The violations themselves are worth sitting with for a moment, because the show lists them and the audience laughs and then moves on, and that movement, that collective shrug, is itself part of the pattern. Radioactive waste was being dumped directly into bodies of water. Rivers, ponds, waterways that flow through the town and that the residents of Springfield drink from, fish in, and bring their children near. Radioactive waste was also being dumped onto children's playgrounds. Plutonium, actual plutonium, one of the most dangerous substances in the known universe, was being used as a paperweight on someone's desk inside the facility. The cooling towers, the structures specifically designed to prevent the reactor core from overheating and causing a meltdown, had been patched with chewing gum. Not repaired, patched. With gum. Luminous rats glowing with absorbed radiation, were documented living inside the walls of the facility. And then there is the detail that the show drops once and never returns to. Human skeletons were found in the basement. Not animal skeletons. Not old construction materials. Human remains. Inside an active nuclear facility. The show shows them to you and moves on, and not one character in Springfield asks a single follow-up question. Now, consider who is responsible for preventing all of this from getting worse. Homer Simpson holds the title of Safety Inspector at the Springfield nuclear power plant. This is his job. His literal documented job description is to ensure that the facility operates safely and does not poison or irradiate the surrounding community. The show's own creator has stated in various interviews and supplementary materials that Homer has an IQ of approximately 55. In one episode, Homer discovers through medical imaging that he has had a crayon lodged in his brain since childhood, physically pressing against the frontal lobe and reducing his cognitive function to a level that would be classified as a developmental disability in any clinical setting. He sleeps at his workstation, He eats donuts during meltdown warnings. He once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core to see if it would grow larger from the radiation. That is the specific human being standing between Springfield and a catastrophic release of radioactive material. He has been standing there, failing at that job, for over 30 years, and the earliest visible evidence of what his failure has wrought appeared in the second season. Blinky, the three-eyed fish. Blinky is pulled from a river located near the power plant in the episode called Two Cars in Every Garage and Three Eyes on Every Fish. The discovery immediately becomes national news within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as the centerpiece of his campaign, holding the fish up as undeniable proof that Burns is poisoning Springfield's water supply. Burns is cornered. He is forced on live television to eat the fish to prove it is harmless. He does it. The town watches. And then Springfield shrugs, moves on, and nobody follows up. Nobody tests the water. Nobody conducts a study. Nobody asks the question that should be screaming from every direction. If the fish that live in this river have three eyes, what is happening to the people who have been drinking this water for decades? The show answers that question. It just does it quietly, over decades, in the margins of episode after episode, waiting for someone to add it all up. In Season 8, in the episode called The Springfield Files, Homer encounters something in the woods near Springfield that he cannot explain. He describes it as glowing, as otherworldly, as moving with an unsettling grace through the trees at night. The town panics. FBI agents modeled after the characters from The X-Files are called in to investigate. The episode builds toward a dramatic reveal, and when it arrives, the truth is this. The glowing figure in the woods is not an alien. It is Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment so extreme, so loaded with experimental compounds and controlled radiation exposure, that the process causes his body to emit a visible green glow for a period of time following each session. The treatments keep him functional and alive for exactly one more week. Without them, he dies. He wanders out of the facility after each session in a state of euphoric disorientation, moving through the woods like something from another world. Burns glows in the dark. That is not metaphor. His body literally emits visible light because it has absorbed so much radiation through his life and through his treatments that the light escapes him the way heat escapes a furnace. And the town of Springfield looks at this glowing figure stumbling through the forest, and their first instinct, their collective immediate instinct, is alien. Not radiation, not the enormous nuclear plant that dominates their skyline. An alien from outer space. The show is telling you precisely how deep the denial runs in Springfield by showing you that no one, not one person, looks at a glowing man walking out of a nuclear facility and thinks to themselves that radiation might be the explanation. In the Simpsons movie, the contamination arc reaches a conclusion that should have been impossible to ignore. Springfield's environmental situation deteriorates to a point so catastrophic that the Environmental Protection Agency, a real federal government agency operating within the show's fictional universe, determines that the only solution is physical containment. A massive glass dome is lowered over the entire town, sealing it off from the rest of the country to prevent Springfield's pollution from spreading outward. The United States government, within the logic of this show, looks at Springfield and concludes that the town itself is a contamination hazard. It is not a location near a hazard. It is not a place with a pollution problem that can be managed. It is classified as a toxic zone and physically sealed. And every resident, every person who has been living inside that dome, drinking that water, breathing that air, eating fish from those rivers, is still inside when the dome descends. Now look at the residents themselves. Look at them with fresh eyes. Homer Simpson has a skull shape that does not conform to human anatomy. His eyes bulge in a way that suggests orbital pressure abnormalities. He has 4 fingers on each hand, a detail the show normalizes through repetition, but which represents a genuine physical deviation from the human standard of 5. His IQ, as established by the show's own canon, qualifies as a clinical cognitive disability. His body absorbs punishment that would kill any normally constituted human being. He has been shot, electrocuted, fallen from cliffs, been struck by vehicles, survived explosions and collapses and chemical exposures, and he walks away from all of it. His healing rate is not human. His pain tolerance is not human. He has worked in direct proximity to an active nuclear reactor core for the entirety of his adult life. Marge Simpson has the same bulging eyes, the same 4 fingers. Her hair defies the physical laws of gravity, growing straight upward in a column that she has maintained in exactly the same configuration for 36 years, without alteration, without it ever changing shape or responding to weather or weight or time. Marge was briefly employed at the Springfield nuclear power plant herself, exposed to the same facility, the same violations, the same leaking infrastructure. All 3 of her children were conceived and born after both parents had already been living in Springfield's contaminated environment for years. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie were all born in Springfield, all raised in Springfield, all drinking the same water from the same municipal supply that draws from the same rivers downstream of the same cracked cooling towers. And all 3 of them display physical characteristics that do not occur in populations unexposed to long-term environmental contamination. The self-maintaining spiky hair, the overbites, the bulging eyes, the skin that is not a human skin tone by any classification system in existence. Yellow skin. Every single resident of Springfield is yellow. Not tan, not pale. Yellow. And here's the detail that makes the radiation theory not just compelling, but almost impossible to dismiss once you notice it. When characters arrive in Springfield from outside, guest stars, celebrities, visitors from other cities, they look different. Their proportions are more natural. Their features more closely resemble actual human anatomy. The show draws outsiders with realistic proportions and Springfield residents with mutated ones. And the explanation that the audience has always accepted is that this is simply the art style of the show. That the yellow skin and the 4 fingers and the bulging eyes are just how The Simpsons looks. But the show itself contradicts this explanation by making the visual difference between insiders and outsiders consistent and observable. Within the logic of the show's own universe, there is a visible, measurable difference between people who live inside Springfield and people who do not. The people in the contamination zone look one way, the people outside it look another. The show is showing you this and labeling it as aesthetics, but the pattern is too consistent to be accidental. Even the animals. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners. The same proportional deviations from real canine anatomy. Blinky the fish has 3 eyes. Springfield's wildlife is demonstrably, canonically altered by the plant's radioactive runoff. The show tells you this directly. It shows you a 3-eyed fish and explicitly connects it to the plant's pollution. Then it asks you to believe that the same contamination has had no effect on the humans consuming the same resources. There is also the question of what the radiation does to cognition specifically. The show has established across multiple episodes that the general population of Springfield struggles with basic reasoning, critical thinking, and the retention of memory over time. The town riots constantly over trivial provocations and forgets catastrophic events between episodes. Characters make decisions of staggering irrationality. Leaders are consistently incompetent. Experts are consistently ignored. The population is, as a collective, extraordinarily easy to manipulate and extraordinarily resistant to learning from consequences. Chronic low-dose radiation exposure has well-documented neurological effects. Prolonged proximity to radioactive materials, particularly in a population consuming contaminated water over years or decades, can impair cognitive function, affect memory formation, reduce the capacity for complex reasoning, and alter behavioral regulation. The show is depicting exactly this population and has been depicting it since season 1. Springfield is not quirky. Springfield is symptomatic. And Burns knows. This is the part the show makes explicit across enough episodes that it cannot be read as coincidence. Burns funds private medical research. He has personal physicians and a dedicated medical staff. He undergoes weekly treatments specifically designed to manage the biological effects of long-term radiation exposure on a human body. He understands radiation at a granular, personal, ongoing level because his own survival depends on managing it. He has an entire pharmaceutical division capable of synthesizing experimental compounds. He is, in his own body, a case study in what radioactive contamination does to a human being who is exposed to it for a very long time. He knows what the plant does to the surrounding population because the surrounding population is, in the most clinical sense of the word, his laboratory. Homer's continued employment is the final piece of this. When German investors briefly acquired the plant, the first thing they did was fire Homer. The second thing they did was assess the true cost of bringing the facility into compliance with safety standards, and the estimate nearly bankrupted them. Burns bought the plant back, and the first thing he did was rehire Homer. A competent safety inspector would have identified and documented the violations within days and initiated a regulatory process that would have forced either massive remediation spending or a shutdown order. Homer ensures that never happens. His incompetence is structural. It is load-bearing. The violations continue because Homer continues. The radiation keeps leaking because the plant keeps running. And the population of Springfield keeps drinking contaminated water and breathing contaminated air and losing a little more cognitive function with each passing year, which makes them a little less likely to look up at those cracked cooling towers and ask the obvious question. Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power supply, its economy, and through those things, its entire population because the population is too damaged to resist him. The crayon lodged in Homer's brain since childhood is a metaphor the show uses to tell you something it cannot say in plain language. Something is wrong with the minds of the people in Springfield. Something that keeps them compliant, keeps them incurious, keeps them looking at three-eyed fish and glowing men and yellow children and saying, well, that's just how things are around here. The radiation theory does not explain one mystery about The Simpsons. It explains all of them. Every yellow face, every forgotten catastrophe, every impossible recovery, every reset. Every single anomaly traces back to the same cracked facility at the edge of town, leaking the same invisible contamination into the same water supply, maintaining the same community of people who cannot quite figure out why everything feels slightly wrong. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. It is a contaminated zone. The residents are not eccentric. They are symptomatic. And the nuclear plant is not just part of the show. According to this theory, it is the engine of everything the show has ever been about. If you made it this far and you're watching this late at night, drop a comment telling me what time it is and where you are in the world. I genuinely love seeing where these videos reach, and if you want more of this, subscribing keeps these going. Section 2. The Dream That Never Ended, Homer's Coma Theory. Everything in the previous section, the radiation, the mutations, the contaminated water, the cracked cooling towers, the billionaire keeping himself alive with weekly injections, all of it might be real, or all of it might be the elaborate, increasingly surreal dream of a man who has been lying unconscious in a hospital bed since April of 1993. His brain slowly deteriorating, his body attached to machines, his family sitting beside him in a room he cannot see. This is the Homer coma theory. It is the single most discussed, most debated, and most internally consistent fan theory in the entire history of The Simpsons. And once you understand what it's actually saying, not just about the show, but about Homer as a person and about what he loves, it stops being a fan theory and starts being the saddest story the show has ever told without admitting it. Here is where it begins. On April 1st, 1993, the 18th episode of Season 4 aired. The title was, So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The setup was simple enough. Bart, continuing his tradition of April Fool's pranks, escalates each joke until he takes one of Homer's beers to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker. He shakes the can. He puts it back in the refrigerator. Homer finds it. When Homer opens it, the explosion sends him to the hospital with significant injuries. While he is recovering in his hospital bed, unable to leave, he spots a vending machine across the room. He tries to get a candy bar. The machine tips forward and falls on top of him. Homer Simpson flatlines. He enters a coma. A real coma. Established by the episode as clinically significant, not a cutaway gag. not a dream sequence framed as obviously fictional. The episode resolves apparently with Homer waking up. Bart stands at his bedside and tearfully confesses that the whole chain of events was his fault, and Homer springs awake and immediately begins strangling his son. The family laughs. Everything goes back to normal. The show tells you he woke up, but the episode also tells you in the final minutes before the credits that Homer permanently lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% gone, destroyed, not recoverable. And Homer's response to learning that he has sustained permanent neurological damage is to laugh, and then to note, with an expression of mild curiosity, that he does not actually understand why he is laughing. The family finds this charming. Nobody finds it alarming. The episode ends. The Simpsons continues for 32 more seasons. Unless Homer never actually woke up, unless the vending machine ended, not just the episode, but everything that came after it, unless every single episode that has aired since April 1993, every storyline, every guest appearance, every impossible event, every reset, every moment of comedy and tragedy and spectacle is a dream. The dream of an unconscious man in a hospital bed, his brain running simulations of a life it can no longer actually experience, using the only material it has available. The world as it existed on the day the vending machine fell. The theory was originally proposed by a Reddit user and has since been examined, expanded, and debated at extraordinary length. The basic premise is elegant in its simplicity. Homer did not wake up from his coma. Everything since that episode is happening inside his mind. To understand why this theory holds together so well, you have to understand what The Simpsons was before April 1993 and what it became after. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a grounded show. Grounded for a cartoon, of course. It was never realistic in the way a drama is realistic, but the stories were rooted in the recognizable texture of working-class family life. Homer struggled with his weight, with his drinking, with his relationship to his own limitations. Marge navigated the particular suffocation of being a homemaker in a household that depended on her emotionally but rarely acknowledged it. Lisa's intelligence isolated her from her peers and from a school system not built for children like her. Bart struggled academically and faced the real possibility of being held back a grade. These are the kinds of stories that come from observing actual people living actual lives. Financial stress, marital tension, children failing to meet expectations and adults failing to understand why. The show's emotional core was built on situations that a viewer could map onto their own experience, however differently the specific details might look. After the coma, the show transforms. The shift is not gradual, it is seismic. Homer goes to space. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the head of a vigilante mob. Homer joins a secret society that has been controlling world events from behind the scenes for centuries. Homer discovers that his mother is alive and has been living as a fugitive radical since the 1960s. Homer meets God. Twice. The show pivots from a domestic satire grounded in economic anxiety to a show in which the main character has held hundreds of different jobs, traveled to dozens of countries, befriended an impossible number of celebrities, and survived physical trauma that would kill any normally constituted human being 10 times over. The coma theory does not say this shift happened because the writers ran out of ideas. It says this shift happened because Homer's brain got worse. Because a dreaming mind, left without external input, without the grounding of actual lived experience, without the anchor of reality, begins to drift. It begins to amplify. It begins to reach for the spectacular because the spectacular is what an untethered imagination produces when it has been running the same dream for too long and the edges start to fray. The celebrity appearances make particular sense under this reading. In the later seasons, Springfield seems to operate as a magnet for famous people, an improbable parade of musicians and athletes and politicians and actors, all passing through this small, fictional American town. The coma theory suggests these appearances are not narrative choices, but neurological ones. Homer's brain, lying in a hospital room, receives ambient input from the world around it. Sounds from the television his family has on in the room, voices from conversations at his bedside, music from a radio somewhere down the hall, fragments of news and entertainment filtering through the fog of unconsciousness. His brain absorbs these fragments and incorporates them into the dream as characters. Every celebrity who appears in Springfield is, in this reading, a voice or a name that Homer's unconscious mind overheard and translated into a dream figure. The later the season, the more celebrities appear because the longer Homer lies unconscious, the more fragments accumulate. Now consider the detail that the coma theory handles more elegantly than any other explanation that has ever been offered for The Simpsons. Nobody ages. Bart Simpson was 10 years old in 1989. He is 10 years old right now, as of whatever year you're watching this. Lisa was 8. Maggie was 1. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s. 36 years have passed in the real world. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The characters exist in a permanent freeze. The industry explanation for this is simple. It's a floating timeline. Animated shows often do this. The present is always the present. The characters stay the same age, and continuity is managed loosely enough to accommodate the indefinite run of the series. Viewers generally accept this without question because it is genuinely how most long-running animated shows work. But the coma theory offers a different answer. An answer that is not a production choice but a story choice. Nobody ages because they exist inside the mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and has not woken up since. Of course, his children do not age. His unconscious brain cannot imagine them growing older because he was not there to see it happen. He fell asleep when Bart was 10 and Lisa was 8 and Maggie was 1. His memory of them is frozen at those ages because those were the ages they were when he last saw them. His wife does not age because the last time he truly saw her, consciously with his waking eyes, she looked exactly the way she looks in every episode. His friends are preserved at the ages they were in 1993 because his memory of them is a photograph taken on the day the vending machine fell, and photographs do not change. Homer's coma dream preserves the world at the moment he lost it, because that is what comas do. Not literally, not in every case, but in the logic of this theory, in the emotional truth of what the coma represents for Homer. It locks him in place. It gives him back the last good thing he had, and it keeps giving it to him, over and over, in endless variation, because his brain cannot let go of it. There is also the matter of God. 6 months before the coma episode, wound in the season 4 premiere, an episode called Homer the Heretic. Homer has a direct conversation with God, a real conversation, depicted with more sincerity than the show usually deploys for theological subjects. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something specific. He tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life, but not yet. He says Homer's time is coming. Not that Homer's time will come eventually in some abstract eschatological sense. He says Homer's time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline between that conversation and the vending machine is 6 months. God told Homer that something significant was approaching, and 6 months later, Homer's conscious waking life ended. The show presents this as a funny theological aside in a quirky episode about religion. The coma theory reads it as a prophecy. God was telling Homer in the oblique way that the divine tends to communicate in fiction, that his time on the surface of waking experience was nearly finished. That what came after would be different. That the life he knew was about to be replaced by something else. And something else is exactly what 32 seasons of The Simpsons turned out to be. The show has acknowledged this theory directly. In season 34, in an episode called Lisa the Boy Scout, the production team planted a deliberately fake deleted scene in which Homer wakes up from a long coma, and the revelation confirms that everything wild and outlandish about the series had been a dream. The scene was presented as real, distributed as a leaked clip, and generated significant online discussion before it was retracted and explained as a hoax planted by hackers. The scene was not real. It was a fabrication. But here is what the fabrication tells us. The writers made it. They animated it. They showed Homer waking from a coma. They showed the confirmation of the fan theory. And then they took it back and said it was fake. They showed you an answer and then told you the answer was a joke. And the audience laughed. the same way Homer laughed when he was told he had lost 5% of his brain function. With the vague, confused laughter of someone who does not quite understand what is funny about the thing they are laughing at. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory on the record in 2015. He said it was not true. He dismissed it as fan speculation. What he did not do, what no official response to this theory has ever done, is explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift between seasons 4 and 5. He did not explain why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma. He did not explain why the show has become progressively more surreal and detached from reality with each passing season, following exactly the trajectory you would expect from a dream being generated by a mind in slow decline. He said it was not true and the interviewer moved on, but the fans did not move on, because the theory does something no official explanation has accomplished. It makes the entire show make sense. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, the increasingly cartoonish storylines, the reset button that erases consequences between episodes, the fact that Homer can survive anything, endure anything, recover from anything, because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed. Only his mind is in Springfield, and his mind cannot kill him, because his mind is the author of the story, and authors do not kill themselves in their own narratives. What stays with you longest about the coma theory, though, is not the mechanics of it. It is the emotional core. If the coma theory is true, then everything Homer's dreaming mind has been producing for 30-plus years has been driven by one very simple desire. He wants his family. That is the entire wish. He wants Marge to still be there. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, aggravating, beloved boy. He wants Lisa to still be playing her saxophone, still be discovering the world with those enormous eyes and that enormous brain. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold. He wants the house on Evergreen Terrace to still be standing. He wants Friday night on the couch to last forever, and in the coma, it does. The dream gives him everything he wants. His family is preserved exactly as he left them. His children never grow up. His wife never leaves. His life never ends. The disasters come and go, and the world resets, and the family reconvenes on that same couch in front of that same television. And the story begins again. And Homer is home. And nothing is lost. The coma theory does not make The Simpsons a tragedy. It makes every episode an act of love. A man dreaming about his family because they are the only thing in the universe worth dreaming about. And every time the credits roll and everything goes back to normal, it is not lazy writing. It is Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, if the dream finally stops, then Homer has to wake up. And waking up means facing how many years have passed, how old his children really are now, whether Marge is still sitting beside him, whether anyone is still sitting beside him, or not waking up at all. Section 3. The case that was never closed. Who really shot Mr. Burns? Before we continue, let me be clear about something. This section is going to go somewhere you might not expect. The official answer to who shot Mr. Burns is Maggie Simpson. The show told you this. Season 7, Episode 1. Case closed, except the case was never really closed. And the more carefully you look at the evidence, not the cartoon evidence arranged for comedy, but the actual logical structure of what the show established and then failed to support, the more the official answer starts to look like a convenience rather than a solution. Let's go back to the beginning, because the beginning matters. The summer of 1995. Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns, Part 1. The Simpsons pulled off something that had never been attempted by an American animated series. A genuine, premeditated, audience participatory mystery. A cliffhanger designed with enough internal complexity that Fox promoted it like a cultural event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special treating the fictional shooting as though it were a real unsolved case. The show's creators invited viewers to submit their guesses through a national contest. The winner would be animated into a future episode. This was, at the time, genuinely unprecedented for animation. The show was positioning itself not just as entertainment, but as a puzzle, as something solvable. And to set up the puzzle, the show did something structurally remarkable. It gave every significant character in Springfield a credible, documented motive to want Burns dead. Burns had stolen the oil well discovered beneath Springfield Elementary School, eliminating the windfall that would have funded the school for generations. He had financially destroyed Moe's Tavern by various means. He had created a sinkhole that collapsed the Springfield retirement castle. He had hired someone to shoot Santa's little helper. He had, for his grand finale, constructed a massive mechanical device designed to block sunlight from reaching Springfield, plunging the town into perpetual dimness, specifically so that residents would have no choice but to purchase electricity from his power plant. When Smithers, his loyal assistant of decades, protested this final scheme on moral grounds, Burns fired him on the spot. By the time Burns was shot, every person in Springfield had lost something because of him. The show took time establishing these individual grievances with care. Homer had endured years of Burns being unable to remember his name, despite their daily working relationship, a humiliation that had been building toward a breaking point. Bart and Lisa's school had lost its future because of the oil theft. Grandpa Simpson's retirement home had been destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie had lost his livelihood. Tito Puente had lost his music program. Moe had lost his bar. Even Smithers, who had devoted his life to Burns with a loyalty bordering on pathological, had been discarded the moment he showed inconvenient moral judgment. The entire town gathered for a public confrontation. Multiple characters were shown carrying weapons at that meeting. The tension was, in narrative terms, a loaded gun in the first act. Burns collapsed. A single gunshot. He staggered onto the town sundial and fell, his hands landing on two letters. From the audience's perspective, W and S. From Burns's perspective, lying on his back looking up at his own hands, M and S. America waited an entire summer. When Part 2 aired in September 1995, it played as a comedic procedural. Chief Wiggum and the Springfield police bungled through the investigation. Smithers confessed, but his confession fell apart when the timeline revealed he had been blackout drunk at the moment of the shooting and had actually shot someone else entirely. Old Jasper, in his wooden leg, in a completely different part of town. Suspects were eliminated one by one. Principal Skinner had an alibi. Moe had an alibi. Tito Puente had the most musically elaborate alibi in television history. The investigation stalled until forensic evidence emerged. An eyelash found on Burns's suit. DNA analysis. The eyelash belonged to a Simpson. Homer was arrested. He had the forensic evidence against him. He had the clearest motive of anyone in town. Burns had been unable to remember his name for years, and Homer had, in a documented scene from the preceding episode, snapped about it in a way that suggested genuine psychological crisis. He was about to be convicted. Then Burns woke from his coma. He looked around the hospital room. He identified his shooter. It was Maggie. According to Burns, after the town meeting, he encountered Maggie in the parking lot and attempted to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun, which he carried in a holster, fell to the ground. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot with his own weapon by a 1-year-old who had found it on the pavement. The show said case closed, and here is where it gets complicated. The national contest that Fox ran, the contest explicitly designed to allow viewers to solve the mystery using clues embedded in Part 1, resulted in essentially nobody guessing correctly. According to the DVD commentary for these episodes, not a single entry in the randomly selected sample used to determine the winner named Maggie as the shooter. The person who ultimately received the prize was selected at random from the pool and, having given the wrong answer, received a cash payment instead of the promised animation cameo. The one person who posted the correct answer online did so on the night of the original broadcast through a college internet account and was never successfully located. The show's producers issued an open invitation for them to come forward. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think about the implication of that. A mystery explicitly designed to be solvable from clues in Part 1 was presented to millions of viewers, promoted for an entire summer. And when the answer was revealed, essentially the entire audience got it wrong. Either the clues were insufficient, the mystery was not actually solvable from the available evidence, or the answer did not logically follow from what was shown. The show's own contest, by the measure of its results, was a failure of its stated premise. Now look at the physical evidence more carefully. Burns fell on the sundial and his hands pointed to what the show interprets as M and S, Maggie Simpson. The show treats this as the crucial clue. But Burns himself stated, on the record within the episode, that the positioning of his hands on those letters was not intentional. He did not deliberately point at anything. He fell. His hands landed where they landed. The central piece of evidence that the show uses to confirm its answer was explicitly described by the supposed source of that evidence as a coincidence. The sundial clue is meaningless. Burns said so himself. Then there is the matter of the gun. Burns carried it in a holster. Before the shooting, the holster is shown to be empty. The gun was already missing from his person before the attack occurred. Whoever shot Burns used Burns's own weapon, which means the shooter was someone who did not bring their own gun to the town meeting. This is actually a significant filter. Most of the prime suspects had come to that meeting armed and angry because they were angry enough and intentional enough about their grievance to bring a weapon. The person who shot Burns was someone who had not planned to shoot anyone that night, who came without a weapon of their own, and who encountered Burns's gun by chance. A baby finding a dropped gun fits that profile. So do at least a dozen other characters who were at that meeting without weapons. Burns's final words before being shot were reported as, "Oh, it's you." He recognized his attacker. He was not surprised. He was not frightened. He greeted the person with the mild, slightly dismissive recognition you might extend to an acquaintance you encounter unexpectedly. "Oh, it's you." Does Burns know Maggie Simpson well enough to have that response? The show has never established a meaningful relationship between Burns and Maggie prior to this episode. Burns barely remembers Homer's name, and Homer works directly for him, has worked for him for years, and has had repeated direct interactions with him. The idea that Burns would look at a baby and say, "Oh, it's you," with the familiarity that phrase implies, does not hold up under scrutiny. There is also the matter of what Homer says in Season 18. In a later episode, Homer says it out loud on camera to other characters, that he was actually the one who shot Mr. Burns. He just states it, and nobody reacts. The case is not reopened. No investigation is launched. Homer Simpson confesses to the attempted murder of the wealthiest man in Springfield, and the show treats the confession as a throwaway line. Either Homer is lying for attention, which is possible given his character, or the original verdict was wrong and Homer knows it because he is the one who pulled the trigger. If Homer did it, then Maggie was framed. Not necessarily intentionally, not necessarily through a deliberate conspiracy, but effectively. A baby was blamed for a crime committed by her father, and the reason the frame held is precisely the reason that Wiggum articulated: no jury in the world would convict a baby. Maggie was the perfect resolution to an investigation that Springfield could not afford to conclude properly. She was a suspect who could absorb the blame without consequence, who could not deny the accusation, who could not be prosecuted, and who would never understand what she was being accused of. Blaming Maggie closed the case without anyone actually paying a price for what happened to Burns. There is also the Marge theory, which deserves a proper hearing. A widely circulated Reddit analysis argues that Marge was the actual shooter. The case is not as absurd as it sounds. Marge had witnessed Burns systematically destroy her children's school, injure her family's dog, steal light from her town, and fire the one employee, Smithers, whose supervision might have mitigated the plant's worst excesses. She had motive. More importantly, the show established in an earlier episode called Marge Gets a Job that Burns had developed an infatuation with Marge. He had been genuinely captivated by her. The theory suggests this is why Burns would not name Marge as his shooter. Not because he could not, but because he chose not to. He took the bullet, woke up in the hospital, and rather than send the woman he had been obsessed with to prison, he allowed the investigation to reach its own conclusions. He pointed at the sundial and let the town fill in the initials. Maggie became the answer because Maggie was the most convenient answer possible. The show knows that this ambiguity is real. In the 138th episode Spectacular Clip Show, a fully produced alternate ending was shown in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter. This was not a rough cut or a brief sketch. It was a complete, voiced, animated alternate conclusion. The host of that clip show dismisses the Smithers ending by explaining that accepting it would require ignoring all the Simpson DNA evidence, which would be, and the show uses this specific word, downright nutty. The comparison being drawn explicitly is to the O.J. Simpson trial, which had concluded earlier that year with a jury ignoring DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show is winking at you. It is telling you, through the comparison it draws, that official verdicts and actual truth are not always the same thing. That evidence can be interpreted in whichever direction the people controlling the investigation prefer. That sometimes the answer that gets recorded as history is the answer that was most useful, not the answer that was most accurate. Early drafts of the script had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered this option seriously enough to develop it, only abandoning it because they could not figure out where to take Barney's character afterward. The answer was not determined by the clues. The clues were arranged around whichever answer the writers eventually landed on. The mystery was reverse engineered, and there is the final shot of the episode to consider. After the verdict, after the family has processed the revelation and dispersed, the camera finds Maggie alone in the room. She checks her surroundings carefully, and this is specific. This is deliberate camera work. She confirms that nobody is watching her. Then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show wants you to read this as confirmation. Maggie did it, and she knows it. But you can read it another way. A baby mimics what she sees. Babies do not have the cognitive architecture to process guilt in the way that gesture implies. What Maggie might be doing in that final shot is not confessing. She might be remembering. She saw someone shoot Burns. She is replaying the motion because that is what very young children do when they have witnessed something that registered as significant. They replay it, they imitate it, they try to process an experience through repetition. Maggie did not pull the trigger. Maggie watched someone pull the trigger, and she is replaying the memory of what she saw. The official answer is Maggie Simpson. The show committed to it. The writers stand behind it. But the contest nobody won. The clue that Burns himself said was meaningless. The alternate endings that were fully animated and fully performed. Homer's unexamined confession in a later season. And that final shot of Maggie alone in an empty room running through emotion she might have witnessed rather than committed. All of it suggests that the greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never actually solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, those are very different things. Section 4. The Man Who Refused to Die. Mr. Burns and the Immortality Question. How is Charles Montgomery Burns still alive? This is not a rhetorical question. Within the established canon of The Simpsons, Burns is a medical impossibility. His age has been stated, implied, hinted at, and contradicted across dozens of episodes. But every version of the timeline places his birth somewhere in the late 1800s. He has described personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has told first-hand stories about events from the 1910s. He has claimed working relationships with historical figures who died before most of the show's audience was born. He has referenced living through the Gilded Age not as a historical period he read about, but as an era he personally inhabited. By the most conservative estimate derived from the show's own continuity, Burns is well over 100 years old. By the more expansive reading of his canonical statements, he may be approaching 140. And he does not simply exist at this age in some fragile, barely there way. He functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He manipulates municipal politics and state governance. He orchestrates long-term schemes that require sustained strategic thinking, sophisticated understanding of modern law and finance, and the capacity to manage complex human relationships across years of continuous planning. His body is frail. He is depicted repeatedly as being nearly weightless, incapable of significant physical action, prone to collapse from minor exertion, but his mind is consistently sharp. Burns is arguably the most strategically intelligent character in Springfield, operating with a ruthlessness and precision that no one around him can match. He has been doing this since before the automobile existed. The show addresses the mechanism of his survival directly, though it frames it as comedy. In the Springfield Files, we established earlier that Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment, so extreme in its chemical and radiological content that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow for some period following each session. The treatment keeps him alive and functional for exactly 7 more days. Without it, his body fails. The margin for error is 0. He cannot skip a session. He cannot substitute another treatment. He cannot go 8 days between doses. Miss one appointment, and the biological systems that have been artificially maintained through these interventions begin to collapse. Burns is not surviving through biology. He is surviving through a precisely calibrated medical protocol that has to be administered on an exact schedule for the rest of his life, however long that life continues to extend. And the treatment involves radiation. Of course it does. The man who built a nuclear power plant, who has spent his entire professional life surrounded by radioactive material, who has been profiting from controlled nuclear reactions for over a century, this man's continued existence depends on controlled, therapeutic exposure to radioactive compounds. His body no longer sustains itself through normal cellular processes. It requires external radiation input the way a conventional human body requires food and water. Remove the source and the machine shuts down within a week. This is not incidental background detail. This is the show telling you what Burns is. Burns's body is a reactor. He is not human in any ordinary biological sense anymore. Or rather, he was human once, and the combination of his age, his prolonged exposure to radioactive materials, and whatever experimental interventions he has been subjecting himself to over the decades have altered his biology so fundamentally that the word human no longer quite covers what he is. He is a human being who has been modified, metabolically and cellularly, to the point where he exists in a space that normal human biology cannot reach. He has not transcended death. He has made himself too expensive to die. The Three Stooges syndrome episode adds another layer to this. In one of the show's most quoted scenes, Burns visits a doctor who informs him, with the particular grim professionalism of someone delivering impossible news as calmly as possible, that Burns has every disease known to medical science. Every single one, simultaneously present in his body at the same moment. The doctor explains that Burns's diseases exist in a state of perfect equilibrium, each one blocking the others from progressing. Every illness that should be killing him is being prevented from doing so by every other illness that is also trying to kill him. They are all fighting for priority, and none of them can gain dominance. The doctor calls it Three Stooges syndrome. All of them trying to get through the door at once, so none of them gets through. Burns is the sickest man in America. He is also, by the paradoxical logic of the diagnosis, functionally indestructible because everything that should end his life is canceling everything else that should end his life, and the result is a grotesque equilibrium that keeps him breathing. The show plays this for laughs. It is one of the most memorable comedic scenes in the entire series. But under the framework of the radiation theory and the immortality question, it makes a more coherent and disturbing kind of sense. Burns's body is not maintaining this disease equilibrium through any natural process. His immune system is not performing this balancing act on its own. The weekly radiation treatments are doing it. Every session recalibrates the balance. Every dose adjusts the relationship between the hundreds of diseases competing inside him, keeping each one suppressed by the presence of all the others, preventing any single condition from surging forward and claiming him. The treatments are not medicine in any conventional sense. They are maintenance. They are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods in a nuclear reactor, managing the reaction to prevent it from either going critical or dying out entirely. Burns is running hot, and the treatments keep him running at exactly the right temperature. Smithers' role in this system cannot be overstated. Waylon Smithers is the most devoted employee in the history of The Simpsons, possibly the most devoted employee in the history of American fiction. His loyalty to Burns is so total, so unwavering, so comprehensive, that it reads in most episodes as a form of love. Unrequited, complicated, occasionally pathetic, but completely genuine. And the show has never fully explained why. Other characters attribute it to emotion. Burns himself never quite understands or acknowledges it properly. But consider the possibility that Smithers' devotion is not purely emotional. Consider that Smithers, who manages Burns' schedule with obsessive precision, who ensures Burns never misses an appointment, who monitors Burns' physical condition with the vigilance of someone who knows exactly what happens if his attention lapses. Consider that Smithers is devoted because he understands that his devotion is keeping Burns alive. He knows the treatment schedule. He knows the dosage requirements. He knows what happens if Burns misses a session. Smithers is not just an assistant. He is the medical infrastructure that makes Burns' continued existence possible. He is the person standing between Burns and the collapse of the equilibrium. Without Smithers managing the logistics, Burns dies. Not metaphorically, not eventually, within a week. Every time the show depicts Smithers' loyalty as excessive or inexplicable, there is an alternative reading available. Smithers knows something that nobody else in Springfield knows. He knows that Burns' survival is a technical achievement requiring constant human management. And he has decided, for whatever combination of emotional and practical reasons, that he is the one who will provide that management. His devotion is functionally a medical necessity. He is, in a sense, the most important person in Springfield, because the economic and social infrastructure of the entire town depends on Burns continuing to function, and Burns' ability to continue functioning depends on Smithers. Burns' relationship with historical events adds a different dimension to the immortality question. The show has depicted Burns interacting with an extraordinary range of historical moments. He attended Yale. He served in some capacity during World War II, in a role that the show suggests was morally complicated at best. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and kept it hidden for decades. He knew Howard Hughes personally. He has referenced the Gilded Age as lived experience. His family, the Burns dynasty, is depicted as one of the oldest continuously powerful lineages in American history, predating the Industrial Revolution and extending back through American history in a continuous line of accumulated wealth and influence. The Burns family did not simply accumulate money. They accumulated the kind of power that builds infrastructure, that lays the railroads, that constructs the dams, that establishes the utilities, and then charges everyone else to use what they built. They are the kind of wealthy that exists above the law, not by violating it, but by being so thoroughly embedded in the systems that create law that the question of accountability becomes theoretical rather than practical. Burns inherited this legacy and has been extending it for over a century. The question the show never engages with is whether this extension of life is unique to the current Burns, or whether it represents a pattern. If the Burns dynasty has maintained continuous control of its fortune across generations that span centuries, did previous Burns patriarchs employ similar survival strategies? Before nuclear radiation, before modern medicine, before any of the biochemical tools that currently keep Burns functioning, did the family use other methods? The show does not answer this. But the continuity the show establishes for the Burns family's power is so extraordinary, so far beyond what normal generational succession would produce, that some form of ongoing artificial extension of individual lives seems like the simplest explanation. Burns has survived things that should have ended him. He has been shot. He has been hospitalized dozens of times for various crises. He has collapsed, fallen, been attacked, been abandoned in the wilderness. He has come closer to dying than almost any other character in the show's run, and every time he returns. Not through cartoon resilience, the way Homer absorbs injury without consequence. Homer's survivals feel like the show looking away and pretending nothing happened. Burns's recoveries feel deliberate. Systematic, like the activation of a contingency plan that was prepared long in advance. Homer survives because the show requires him to. Burns survives because he built an infrastructure over a century that is designed to ensure his survival, regardless of what happens to his physical body. Every doctor he has ever retained, every politician he has ever acquired, every institution he has ever compromised. All of it serves the single purpose of keeping Burns alive. Keeping the treatments available, keeping the equilibrium balanced, keeping the reactor running at exactly the right temperature. The terrifying conclusion of the Burns immortality question is not about Burns specifically. It is about what his survival means for Springfield. The town's economy depends entirely on the power plant. The power plant depends entirely on Burns. Burns depends entirely on treatments that only his wealth can finance. The treatments depend on the infrastructure that only Burns's wealth can sustain. This is a closed system, a self-perpetuating loop in which the man, the money, the machine, and the medicine all feed each other in an endless cycle. Springfield cannot kill Burns because Springfield cannot survive without him. Burns cannot die because dying would mean the system finally has to answer for what it has done to the people living inside it. He is too expensive to die, and Springfield will keep paying the price of his continued existence for as long as he keeps the lights on, which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Section 5. The Mother Who Vanished. Mona Simpson and the Conspiracy That Broke 3 Generations. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the established fact. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, told him she had passed away when Homer was still a child. There was a grave. Homer had mourned her. He had grown up carrying the particular weight of a boy who lost his mother young, and whose surviving parent was too emotionally distant to compensate for the loss. That weight shaped everything about Homer. His desperate need for approval, his terror of abandonment, his compulsive attachment to his family, his capacity to endure humiliation, degradation, and disrespect from his employer, rather than risk disrupting the one stable structure his life has. Homer Simpson's personality, the clinginess, the neediness, the way he will absorb almost any abuse rather than face the possibility of being alone, is in substantial part a coping mechanism for maternal loss. In Season 7, the show revealed that the loss was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired in November 1995. It is widely regarded as one of the greatest episodes in the show's entire run. Here is what it establishes. Homer fakes his own death to avoid working on a Saturday. When his family insists he correct the official record and prove to the municipal government that he is alive, Homer goes to the Hall of Records. And there he discovers that his mother is alive. Not dead. Never died. The grave Abe showed him belonged to Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been pointing at a famous writer's headstone and telling his son it was his mother's for Homer's entire life. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery, visiting what she believes is his grave because she thinks her son is dead. They reunite, and then she tells him the truth about why she disappeared. It begins in 1969. Mona Simpson was ordinary, a housewife, a mother. She was married to Abe, she had a young son, she was living a quiet life in Springfield while the world outside was burning through the Vietnam era. She was radicalized. The show uses that word without apology by what she saw happening around her. She joined a group of activists who had identified a target in Springfield that they believed needed to be destroyed. Mr. Burns owned a biological weapons laboratory. Not a nuclear plant, a germ warfare facility. A laboratory in Springfield designed to produce weaponized pathogens, diseases engineered to be used as weapons. In the same town where families were living. In the same community where children were going to school. Burns, the man who would later build a nuclear reactor with 342 safety violations in the same location, was manufacturing biological weapons in the community that had no idea they existed. Mona and her group broke into the facility. They detonated what the show calls an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological agents stored inside. In doing so, they accidentally cured the asthma of the security guard on duty. Clancy Wiggum, who would later become Springfield's chief of police. The raid was successful. The germs were destroyed. But Mona made a mistake. As the group fled, she stopped to help someone who had fallen in the chaos. That someone was Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she had just destroyed, and Burns looked up at her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI, and from that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son or explain to him why she was leaving. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping and vanished. For 27 years. Homer woke up and his mother was gone. His father told him she was dead. And Homer spent the next 3 decades of his life believing that he was the kind of child a mother would rather vanish than raise. Believing that there was something fundamentally wrong with him. Something that made people leave. Burns's pursuit of Mona did not end with her exile. He held a personal grudge against the woman who had destroyed his weapons research, and he used his resources, his connections, his money, his influence, to ensure she could never return to her family. When Mona finally comes back to Springfield in Season 7, Burns spots her almost immediately. Through a cab window passing her on the street, he recognizes her. He calls the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time, this time knowing exactly why she is leaving. And Homer knows who is responsible. He knows that the man forcing his mother out of his life is his own employer. The man who signs his paychecks. The man whose name Homer literally works to remember correctly. Burns destroyed Homer's family when Homer was 6 years old, and Homer has spent his entire adult working life employed by that same man. And Homer has never meaningfully connected those two facts. The show does not play this as a joke. It plays it as tragedy. Homer's inability to fully process the connection, to translate his understanding of it into action, to quit, to confront Burns, to do anything, is not comic incompetence. It is the predictable result of what the combined effects of childhood grief, environmental contamination, and physical brain damage have done to Homer's capacity for self-understanding. He is too damaged to see the full architecture of his own suffering. Now, here is where the theory expands into something larger. Burns did not simply ruin Mona's life. He engineered Homer's. By forcing Mona out when Homer was a child, Burns guaranteed that Homer would develop the specific psychological profile that makes him the perfect employee for a dangerous facility that requires its safety inspector to be incapable of recognizing danger. Homer grew up emotionally damaged, desperate for approval, incapable of challenging authority, terrified of the one thing that an abusive employer can always threaten: abandonment. Homer will not quit because quitting means being alone. Homer will not report violations because reporting means risking his position. Homer will not resist because resistance requires a kind of internal security, a self-assurance, that his childhood robbed him of the moment his mother disappeared. Burns broke Homer as a child, and the broken version of Homer is precisely the worker Burns needed. The show confirms the structural nature of this arrangement in a later season, when it is revealed that Abe Simpson and Burns struck a deal. Burns had committed some crime, and Abe discovered it. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed Homer employment at the plant, protected from termination regardless of his performance. 742 documented safety errors, and Homer has never been permanently let go, because the deal protects him. Homer's extraordinary job security is not a cartoon convenience. It is the fulfillment of a contract brokered in secret between his father and the man who destroyed his family, a contract that Homer has never been told about and whose existence explains the single most implausible fact about his life. 3 generations of Simpsons, all broken by one man's grudge. Abe, who buried the truth and made a deal with his son's exploiter to protect himself. Mona, who fought against that exploiter and lost everything she loved as a consequence. Homer, who inherited the consequences of both his parents' choices without ever understanding why his life felt so heavy. Who worked for decades for the man who stole his childhood without ever being capable of holding those two facts in his mind at the same time long enough to act on them. When Homer had the crayon removed from his brain and his IQ temporarily restored to something approaching its potential, the show depicted what he might have become without the accumulated damage. He was articulate. He was perceptive. He was capable of understanding complex systems and their effects on individual lives. He saw Springfield for what it actually was. He saw his job for what it actually was. He saw the relationship between the plant and the pollution and the cognitive impairment of the population, and the billionaire who benefited from all of it. He understood it, and it made him unbearable to himself. Because understanding it and being unable to change it, being one man against a system that has been running for over a century, was worse than not understanding it at all. So he put the crayon back. He chose the fog. Because the fog, for Homer, is merciful. But the choice was never really free. Homer was never meant to be lucid in Springfield. Burns ensured that before Homer was old enough to vote, before Homer had any say in the matter at all, the man Homer would become, damaged, compliant, employed, controlled, was built into the system from the moment Burns identified Mona's face and made a phone call to the FBI. Mona Simpson died in a later season. The scene is one of the quietest and most genuinely affecting in the show's history. Homer sits beside her. He holds her hand. He watches the mother he barely knew leave for the last time, without comedy, without a reset, without a cutaway. Just a man and the weight of 27 stolen years pressing down in a hospital room in Springfield. Burns won that one. Burns usually wins. Because in Springfield, the man with the infrastructure writes the rules. And the rules were written a very long time ago, before Homer was born, before Mona made her choice, before any of the Simpsons had any idea that the richest man in town was watching them. Section 6. The smartest person in Springfield. The dark truth about Maggie Simpson. Maggie Simpson does not talk. She does not walk reliably. She communicates through pacifier sounds and the occasional expression that the people around her consistently fail to read correctly. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. And in that time, without saying a word that anyone remembers, Maggie has accomplished more than every other member of her family combined. She shot a billionaire. She organized and led a successful rebellion inside a daycare facility controlled by a tyrannical authority figure. She has saved her family from multiple life-threatening situations where the adults around her were either frozen or useless. She has demonstrated problem-solving abilities that exceed those of adults many times her age. She has been tested and found to possess intelligence that should not exist in a child who has not yet formed a complete sentence. And through all of it, through every remarkable thing she has ever done, she maintains her silence. Not because she cannot speak, because she chooses not to. The shooting is the act most associated with Maggie in the public consciousness, but we have already spent significant time on whether the shooting was actually her doing. For this section, what matters is not whether Maggie pulled the trigger, but what the aftermath reveals about her awareness of the situation. After the verdict, after Burns identified her as his attacker, and the case was closed on the grounds that no jury would convict an infant, the camera finds Maggie alone in the room. She confirms, deliberately through careful observation of her surroundings, that nobody is watching. Then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. Every reading of this moment that treats it as a straightforward confession to guilt is reading a 1 year old as having a level of self-awareness and social calculation that is extraordinary in any human being, let alone a baby. If you accept that Maggie performed that gesture knowingly, knowing what she had done, understanding that acknowledging it in public would have consequences, and choosing to perform it only in private, then you have accepted that Maggie Simpson is operating at a cognitive level that no infant has any business reaching. That's not an argument against the moment. That's the point. If Maggie did do it, and if she made that gesture in private because she understood the social stakes of doing it in public, then the gesture itself is the most compelling evidence that Maggie's intelligence is something extraordinary. The Longest Daycare is the fullest picture the show has ever given us of what Maggie's mind is actually capable of. This is a theatrical short released in 2012, screened in cinemas, nominated for an Academy Award. 7 minutes of Maggie Simpson demonstrating cognitive abilities that would be remarkable in a trained adult, expressed through a body that can barely execute the physical actions her mind designs. The premise: Maggie is enrolled at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare operated with authoritarian rigidity. Inside, she discovers a caterpillar about to transform into a butterfly. Another infant, a recurring antagonist identified as Gerald, intends to destroy it. Maggie decides to protect it. What follows is a miniature action film structured around Maggie's planning, execution, and improvisation. She reads the physical environment of the daycare, identifies the constraints and the threats, develops a multi-stage approach to getting the caterpillar to safety, and executes it against active opposition from Gerald and passive obstruction from the facility's staff. She fails multiple times. Each failure produces information that she incorporates into a revised approach. Her problem-solving is adaptive. She does not repeat failed methods. She learns from them and adjusts. Her understanding of cause and effect, of how other agents in the environment will respond to her actions, is precise enough to be predictive. She anticipates where Gerald will be and what the staff will do, and plans around those predictions. She does all of this without speaking a word, and she does it with the motor skills of a 1-year-old, which means her body keeps undermining her mind. She falls when she needs to run. She crawls when she needs to sprint. Her grip fails at moments of precision. But every time her body fails her, her mind finds another path. Her intelligence compensates for every physical limitation her developmental stage imposes. She succeeds. The butterfly is released. Maggie stands in the open air outside the facility and watches it go, and in her expression, which the animators render with extraordinary care, there is something that looks like satisfaction, but also something that looks like measurement, like she is already calculating what comes next. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly on multiple occasions. The results vary by episode in ways that likely reflect the specific writer's approach more than any consistent canonical fact. But the pattern across these tests is consistent. Maggie registers as extraordinary, off-standard, beyond the capacity of the available tools to measure accurately. And then the show moves on, because Maggie's intelligence is the kind of detail The Simpsons introduces and then declines to develop, trusting the attentive viewer to hold it. The theory is this: Maggie's silence is not a developmental delay. It is a strategic choice made by a mind sophisticated enough to understand what visibility costs in Springfield. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in this family. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. Her IQ, her comprehension, her capacity for original thought place her somewhere far above the rest of her household and most of the adults in Springfield. She is one of the genuinely exceptional minds in the show's universe. And what has her intelligence produced for her? Isolation. She is routinely mocked, dismissed, condescended to, and ignored. She challenges authority and is punished. She identifies systemic problems and is told to stop making things uncomfortable. She tries to improve the world around her, and the world closes its doors. Lisa's intelligence is her most prominent feature, and the community around her has spent 8 seasons, 36 years of elapsed time, making clear that prominence is a liability. Maggie has watched all of this. Maggie has been in that house since she was born, observing the family dynamics with eyes that miss nothing. She has watched her sister fight for recognition every single day and receive nothing but resistance. She has watched the smartest person in the family be consistently overlooked, undervalued, and treated as an inconvenient disruption to a household that prefers comfort over accuracy. And Maggie drew a different conclusion than Lisa. Lisa's conclusion is that you fight anyway, that the truth is worth arguing for regardless of whether anyone is listening, that your intelligence is something you owe to the world even when the world does not appreciate the debt. It is a noble conclusion. It is also, within the context of Springfield, a painful one. Lisa fights every day and arrives at the same place every episode. Maggie's conclusion is simpler and darker. Silence is power. If nobody knows what you can do, nobody can ask you to stop doing it. If you stay below the threshold of attention, you can accomplish things that no one with higher visibility could accomplish. The less they notice you, the more you can achieve. Think about the record. Burns was shot and the investigation focused on Homer, on Smithers, on virtually every adult in Springfield. Because who suspects a baby? The daycare rebellion succeeded because nobody monitors infants closely enough to see them organizing. Every time Maggie has intervened in a situation to protect her family or accomplish something significant, it has happened beneath the radar, in the margins, in the spaces where no adult is looking carefully enough to notice. Maggie maintains the most effective disguise available to her. She pretends to be exactly what everyone expects a baby to be: passive, helpless, dependent, requiring constant supervision and providing nothing in return. The people around her provide the supervision and assume the nothing. Meanwhile, Maggie watches. She processes. She waits. Connect this to the radiation theory and a striking symmetry emerges. If Springfield's contaminated environment produces biological mutations that affect each person differently, then Homer and Maggie represent the extreme poles of that spectrum within the same family. Homer's mutation reduced his cognitive function to a clinical disability. His brain was compromised, diminished, made less. Maggie's mutation, the theory suggests, went the opposite direction. The same environmental exposure, the same contaminated water and irradiated air, but where it took something from Homer, it gave something to Maggie. Something extraordinary and unmeasurable and currently contained behind 36 years of deliberate silence. Same cause, opposite outcomes. Homer and Maggie as two sides of the same radioactive coin. If the coma theory is layered on top, the reading becomes almost unbearably poignant. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode is the projection of an unconscious mind trying to hold on to what it loves, then Maggie's genius is Homer's deepest wish for his youngest child, made manifest in the dream. He cannot see her grow up. He cannot watch her develop. He cannot hear her speak or know what kind of person she is becoming. So in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her an intelligence that transcends her apparent age. He makes her capable of things no real baby could do. Because in his coma, Homer needs to believe that Maggie will be okay without him, that she can protect herself, that the world cannot harm her the way it has harmed him, because she is smarter than the world and she already knows it. Her genius in this reading is not a mutation. It is a prayer from a sleeping father. But back in Springfield, in whatever version of reality Springfield actually occupies, there is a darker question that the show has never answered. What is Maggie waiting for? She watches everything. She remembers everything. She understands everything, and she has chosen, for 36 years, not to reveal it. She has identified the gap between what she can do and what the world expects her to do, and she has settled into that gap like someone who understands that the gap is an advantage. She is patient in a way that suggests not the patience of a child, but the patience of someone with a very long plan. We have seen glimpses of what she is capable of when she acts. She shot a man. She organized an infant uprising. She has intervened at crucial moments to protect her family with a precision that suggests she was monitoring the situation long before the crisis emerged. She is the only character in Springfield whose future remains genuinely unknown, because the show has never committed to what she becomes. Every other character on this show has a trajectory, however comic or static. Maggie's trajectory is a blank, a deliberately maintained blank. Behind that pacifier, behind those enormous eyes, behind 36 years of silence that the family mistakes for an absence of thought, something is thinking. Something is watching. Something is waiting for a moment that has not yet arrived. And when it does arrive, when Maggie finally speaks and what she says turns out to be the product of 36 years of observation and planning, and intelligence operating at a level nobody around her suspected, Springfield will not be ready. Nobody will, because Maggie spent 3.5 decades making sure of it. Section 7. The social contract of lies. The principal and the pauper. There is one episode of The Simpsons that fans have hated more consistently and more intensely than almost any other. An episode that critics still cite as the turning point where the show betrayed its audience's trust, where the writers demonstrated contempt for their own continuity, where the character work the show had spent 8 seasons developing was casually destroyed for the sake of a cheap narrative twist. The episode is Season 9, Episode 2, called The Principal and the Pauper. It aired on September 28, 1997. And the reason fans hate it so passionately is because, more than any other episode in the show's history, it told the truth about Springfield. Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary holds an event honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. During the celebration, a stranger enters. A man nobody recognizes, dressed in a way that suggests military service and the particular wear of someone who has been through something difficult. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war in Southeast Asia, presumed dead, and who has now returned home to discover that someone has been living his life in his absence. The man Springfield has known as Seymour Skinner, the nervous, mother-dominated, Bart-tormented principal who has been a fixture of the show since its earliest episodes, is revealed to be someone else entirely. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, he was a street kid, a minor criminal, someone with no prospects and no stable identity. He was drafted. He served in the same unit as the actual Seymour Skinner. When Skinner was captured and everyone believed he had been killed, Tamzarian made his way to Springfield to deliver the news of his death to Skinner's mother, Agnes. Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone in his life, who had never had a family or a real name he could stand behind, let her believe it. He stepped into Skinner's identity. He took his name, his rank, his history, his mother. He built a life inside that stolen identity for 20 years, until the real Skinner walked through the gymnasium door and the entire structure collapsed. At this point, any reasonable dramatic framework would move toward reckoning, confession, the painful untangling of 20 years of lies, the question of what Tamzarian owes the real Skinner and what Springfield owes the truth. Instead, Springfield holds a vote. The town gathers. Everyone knows the facts. The real Skinner is standing right in front of them, a living, breathing human being whose identity was taken and whose life was lived by someone else. The town knows this with absolute certainty, and they vote collectively on whether to acknowledge it. They vote not on what to do about the fraud, but on whether the fraud happened at all, on whether truth is worth the inconvenience of confronting it. The verdict is unanimous. They choose the lie. They choose Tamzarian. The actual Seymour Skinner, the decorated veteran, the man whose identity was stolen, the person with the legal and moral claim to the name, the rank, the history, the mother, is tied to a railroad car and physically expelled from Springfield. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree making Tamzarian the legal Skinner and declaring it a crime punishable by torture to ever speak the real Skinner's name again. Fans were furious. The episode is still discussed as one of the worst in the series. Harry Shearer, who voices Skinner, publicly expressed his displeasure with the writing. Critics argued the episode destroyed Skinner's character by retroactively making everything about him a fiction. His Vietnam veteran backstory, which had appeared in multiple earlier episodes and had been used as a source of genuine character depth, was now not his. His relationship with his mother, one of the show's most consistently mined comic and emotional dynamics, was built on a lie. Everything the audience thought they knew about the character was dismantled for the sake of an episode that the show essentially refuses to take seriously. But here is what the episode actually did. It showed you Springfield's operating system. It made visible the mechanism that every other episode in the show's history has relied on but never exposed. Springfield resets. Springfield forgets. Springfield absorbs catastrophes and contradictions and impossible revelations and returns by the next episode to exactly the state it was in before. This is the fundamental reality of the show's structure, and the audience has always accepted it because every long-running episodic series operates this way to some extent. The reset is just how television works. What the principal and the pauper does is show you the reset happening in real time. It shows you the town gathering together, knowing the truth, and actively voting to unmake it. It shows you the legal apparatus that enforces the agreed-upon fiction. It shows you the physical expulsion of the person who embodies the inconvenient truth. And it makes explicit what every other episode only implies. Springfield's amnesia is not a glitch. It is a feature, a defense mechanism, a choice that the population makes collectively, repeatedly, whenever the truth becomes sufficiently expensive. Consider what Springfield has experienced across the show's run. The town has been physically destroyed multiple times. It has been sealed under a glass dome by the federal government. It has survived nuclear near misses, environmental catastrophes, alien encounters, if you take certain episodes at face value, and the literal blocking of the sun. Every single time, within the span of an episode or two, everything returns to normal. Nobody references the dome. Nobody rebuilds in a way that reflects what was destroyed. The reset is clean and complete. The principal and the pauper offers the explanation for why. Springfield resets because Springfield decides to reset. Because of the collective social machinery of the town, the informal consensus, the formal legal structure, the shared agreement about what is real, continuously and actively chooses the comfortable version of events over the accurate one. The dome happened, and then the town voted, informally through silence and inaction, not to remember it. The power plant's violations happened, and the town voted not to investigate. The principal was a fraud, and the town voted not to care. The real Seymour Skinner is Springfield's most literal expression of what happens to truth when it becomes inconvenient. He shows up with undeniable proof that the official narrative is wrong. He is the walking, breathing demonstration that what everyone believed for 20 years was a fiction. And the town's response is to tie him to a train and make it illegal to acknowledge his existence. That is not a comedy beat stretched too thin. That is the show telling you, with unusual directness, exactly how Springfield functions. Anyone who insists on the truth, who will not participate in the shared fiction, who cannot be convinced to accept the comfortable lie, gets expelled. The truth in Springfield is a criminal offense. The coma theory adds another layer to this that sits with you for a while. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode since season 4 is the product of an unconscious mind trying to sustain a world it cannot actually experience, then this episode is Homer dreaming about the mechanics of his own dream. His unconscious mind invents a scenario in which an entire town votes to maintain a lie, to insist that a false identity is real, that a stolen life is legitimate, that the truth has no claim on them. Because that is exactly what Homer's coma is. A false life replacing a real one. A dream maintaining the fiction of waking experience. A sleeping man insisting, through the machinery of his own unconsciousness, that the world he cannot reach is still the world he is living in. Homer's dream invented a town that votes to keep believing what it wants to believe, because Homer's dream needs to believe what it wants to believe. The story of Armen Tamzarian is the story of Homer's coma, told at a community scale. The Principal and the Pauper is consistently ranked among the worst episodes of The Simpsons. Harry Shearer hated it. Fans hated it. Critics used it as shorthand for the show's decline. But it is, in the specific sense of what it reveals about Springfield's underlying logic, the most honest episode the show ever made. It is the only time the show let you watch the reset happen in the room. Every other reset is off-screen, is assumed, is absorbed so smoothly that the audience barely notices it. This one made you sit in the vote, made you watch the real Skinner get put on the train, made you hear the judge say that truth is now illegal. And the audience reacted with fury because watching the mechanism operate in the open is uncomfortable in a way that watching it operate in the dark never is. Springfield doesn't forget because its residents are cognitively impaired. Springfield forgets because remembering is more expensive than the town can afford. If they remembered the dome, they would have to acknowledge the pollution. If they acknowledged the pollution, they would have to confront the plant. If they confronted the plant, they would have to challenge Burns. If they challenged Burns, the economic infrastructure of the town collapses. If the infrastructure collapses, Everyone suffers in ways that are immediately and personally devastating. So they forget. They vote to forget. They make forgetting legal and remembering criminal. And anyone who will not forget, anyone who insists on being the inconvenient truth standing in the gymnasium, gets tied to a train and sent somewhere outside Springfield, somewhere the town does not have to look at them. The last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. That is Seymour Skinner. That is what the show did to him. And the audience, who loved Skinner and hated seeing his history dismantled, experienced exactly the feeling that Springfield was designed to produce. The discomfort of confronting something true that the system around you has decided should not be acknowledged. Section 8. Time Stood Still. The floating timeline and what it actually means. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when The Simpsons debuted in December 1989. He is 10 years old right now. Lisa was 8 then. She is 8 now. Maggie was 1. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s. The children have not aged a single day. The parents have not added a wrinkle. 36 years of real time have passed. 0 years of Springfield time have moved. The industry term is floating timeline. It means the show's present is always the viewer's present. When an episode aired in 1993, the characters were living in 1993. When an episode airs today, the characters are living today. The year changes. The cultural references update. The technology in the background shifts. But the characters themselves remain frozen at the ages they were when the show began, locked in a permanent present tense that accommodates the indefinite extension of the series indefinitely. Most animated shows use some version of this device. It is standard practice for long-running series because it allows the show to remain contemporary without having to age its cast out of the premise. The Simpsons family works as a premise because the children are children and the parents are working-age parents. Age either character group out of those roles and the show stops being The Simpsons. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has produced contradictions so significant that they have started to behave less like minor continuity errors and more like foundational cracks. The most obvious place this manifests is in Homer and Marge's backstory. When the show began, their history was anchored in the late 1970s and early 1980s. They met in high school, fell in love, had Bart, all of it happening during a specific era with a specific cultural texture. Homer's hair when he was young, Marge's prom dress, the music they listened to. It was all period appropriate for parents who would have been teenagers in the late 1970s. But if Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they did not grow up in the 1970s. They grew up in the 1990s, which means their high school experience was defined by completely different cultural touchstones. The show has accommodated this by rewriting their backstory multiple times. In different flashback episodes, Homer and Marge's youth has been set in different decades, with different era-appropriate references and styles. They have been depicted as hippies, as grunge fans, as hipsters, as early millennials. The core of their relationship, the love story, the specific dynamic between them, remains constant. But the decade it happened in slides forward every few years to maintain the illusion that they are currently the ages they appear to be. This means Homer and Marge do not have a fixed past. Their history is not a stable series of events that occurred in a specific time. It is a draft that gets revised periodically to fit current requirements. Their memories are unstable. Their origin story is impermanent. Now apply everything we have discussed to this observation. The coma theory. Homer's dreaming brain cannot maintain a precise historical timeline. It has impressions, fragments, emotional memories, but not accurate chronological records. When the dream requires a backstory, it produces one from whatever reference material is available. Whatever era Homer's brain last processed before the fog of unconsciousness. The backstory keeps changing because the dream has no fixed anchor for it. It improvises, drawing on whatever the hospital television was showing in 1993, in 1998, in 2005, in 2012. Each version of the backstory is the dream's best current attempt at filling in a past it cannot actually access. The radiation theory. The population of Springfield, including Homer, suffers from documented neurological damage affecting memory formation and retention. Their memories are genuinely unstable. not just for dramatic convenience, but as a physiological consequence of decades of exposure to radioactive contamination. When Homer remembers his past, he is not accessing a reliable record. He is accessing a damaged archive. The specific memories that survive are fragmentary and imprecise. The show's floating backstory is a representation of what memory looks like when the organs responsible for it have been compromised. The principal and the pauper theory. Springfield has a documented community-wide practice of revising the official history when the current version becomes inconvenient. The backstory keeps changing because the social contract requires it. When Homer's origins in the 1970s become implausible given his current age, Springfield quietly agrees to update them. No one explicitly votes on it the way they voted on Skinner, but the same mechanism operates. The comfortable version of reality replaces the accurate one, and anyone who points at the old version too insistently is, metaphorically, put on a train. Every theory arrives at the same explanation for the same phenomenon through a different path. Time does not work correctly in Springfield. Something has broken its normal operation. Whether that something is radiation, or a coma, or collective denial, or the calculated intervention of a man who has been managing his own mortality for a century, the result is the same. The characters are frozen. The timeline floats. The past is rewritten to accommodate the needs of the present, and the cycle continues. The show has imagined its characters aging. Season 6's Lisa's Wedding shows a flash forward to Lisa at 23, engaged to be married, navigating a future version of the world with the same intelligence and loneliness and searching quality that define her at 8. The episode is detailed and emotionally specific and genuinely touching. It proves that the writers can imagine these characters growing up, can build the stories that would come from that growth, can render the people they would become with care and precision. The show chooses not to do this. The flash forward is one episode, a hypothetical, a window that opens and immediately closes. Lisa returns to 8. Bart returns to 10. The future is sealed away and the permanent present resumes. The show can imagine growth and refuses to allow it. This is ultimately a statement about something larger than the show itself. The Simpsons is, by any reasonable assessment, the most culturally embedded fictional family in American history. They have been the American family for longer than any fictional household in the medium has ever held that position. And the American family, as The Simpsons depicts it, cannot be allowed to change. Homer must be the father. Marge must be the mother. Bart must be the son who gets in trouble. Lisa must be the daughter who asks uncomfortable questions. Maggie must be the baby who might someday speak. The structure must hold. The roles must be maintained. Because the moment the structure shifts, the moment Bart goes to college and Lisa leaves Springfield, and Maggie talks and Homer retires and Marge stands in an empty house on Evergreen Terrace, the show is no longer a comedy. It becomes something about loss, something about the passage of time, something about what it means for the people you love to grow away from you. And that is a story that requires an ending. Television shows with endings are finite. The Simpsons is not finite. The Simpsons runs forever, which means the Simpsons family must be preserved forever at the specific configuration that makes the show possible. The floating timeline is the mechanism of that preservation. But it is also, if you look at it long enough, a horror. Not a dramatic horror, not a frightening horror, but a quiet, melancholy one. The horror of a family that has been frozen at a specific moment and cannot move forward, cannot grow, cannot reach the natural resolution that time delivers to every living thing. Bart will always be 10. Lisa will always be 8. Homer will always be coming home from the plant. Marge will always be making dinner. And nobody in Springfield will ever say goodbye, because in Springfield, goodbye is not a thing that happens. The timeline floats. The story continues. The couch waits. The loop is not their prison. It is ours. We built it. We tune in every week to confirm that the family is intact, that the house is still standing, that the timeline is still floating. And every time we watch, we tighten the loop a little more. We make it a little harder for the Simpsons to escape. Because if they escape, if the timeline stops floating and starts landing, If Bart turns 11 and Lisa turns 9 and Maggie finally says her second word, then the show ends. And the show ending means admitting that the version of America it represents was always temporary, was always fragile, was always one birthday away from becoming something we do not recognize anymore. Time stopped in Springfield because we stopped it. We pressed pause in 1989, and we have never pressed play. And here we are, 36 years later, watching the same family in the same house on the same street, waiting for something to change, knowing that nothing will, because we will not let it. Section 9. The future they wrote before it happened. The predictions and what they reveal. The Simpsons predicted Donald Trump's presidency. It predicted the Disney acquisition of 20th Century Fox. It predicted smartwatches, video calling, autocorrect surveillance technology, commercial space tourism, and a mathematical formulation that appears to approximate the mass of the Higgs boson particle. It predicted a flu pandemic originating in Asia. It predicted Cypress Hill performing with the London Symphony Orchestra 28 years before that collaboration actually happened. It predicted a tiger attack on a specific famous performer with a specific famous type of tiger. The list has been assembled, reassembled, expanded, and shared millions of times across social media. The cultural shorthand is familiar to anyone with an internet connection. The Simpsons predicted it. Screenshots of episodes from the 1990s placed next to headlines from years or decades later. The implication is consistent. That a cartoon sitcom from 1989 has been, through some mechanism that nobody can quite explain, accurately forecasting the future for over 3 decades. Let's look at this carefully. Let's look at both what is true about the predictions and what is true about why they feel more significant than they are. Start with the headline case. The year 2000 episode called Bart to the Future depicts a flash forward in which Lisa Simpson has become the first female president of the United States. During her briefing in the Oval Office, a reference is made to her predecessor, identified as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before the 2016 presidential election. 16 years before Trump won the White House, the show depicted a Trump presidency as a joke about the logical extreme of celebrity politics. Then America went to that logical extreme. The online reaction was immediate and enormous. Screenshots went viral. The episode was cited across platforms as evidence that The Simpsons possessed some form of predictive power. People who had not watched the show in decades were suddenly examining clips and asking how anyone could have known. The writer's answer is unsatisfying but honest. Showrunner Al Jean's response was characteristically blunt. If you throw enough darts, some of them will hit bullseyes. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show through several of its most celebrated seasons, offered an explanation that is even more deflating. Many of the supposed predictions are not predictions at all, but coincidences arising from the show's enormous output over a long time period, combined with the cyclical nature of history. The same kinds of events recur. The same cultural anxieties resurface. A show that has been producing satirical observations about American life for 36 years will inevitably find some of those observations aligning with future events. Not because the show foresaw those events, but because history is not original. Fact-checking organizations have been through the prediction list systematically and found the same thing. The vast majority of supposed predictions have explanations rooted in observable trends. The Trump episode was not a prophecy. Trump had been publicly flirting with presidential campaigns since the late 1980s. He was a known quantity in American culture whose political ambitions were an ongoing conversation. The writers did not predict his presidency. They extrapolated from a trajectory that was already visible and wrote a joke about its extreme conclusion. The Disney Fox prediction was not prescience. It was the observation that media consolidation was an accelerating trend and the satirical extension of that trend to its logical end. The smartwatch and the video calling were technology that was already in development and that the show simply depicted before it reached consumer markets. The writing staff of The Simpsons has historically included an unusually high concentration of formally educated people. Multiple writers have degrees from Harvard, Yale, and comparable institutions. Several have backgrounds in mathematics, hard science, computer science, and political theory. These are not people who pull random guesses from nowhere. They are highly educated observers of American culture, technology, and politics who spend their professional lives reading trends and extrapolating them to absurd but internally logical conclusions. They are not predicting the future. They are reading the present more carefully than most people do, and then following the trajectory forward a few steps. The volume argument also matters enormously. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, references, satirical observations, and specific predictions or depictions of future states. When you generate that volume of predictive content over that span of time and then apply the filter of selective memory, remembering the hits, forgetting the misses, you are guaranteed to produce a highlight reel that looks like prophecy. The show has also made thousands of predictions that did not come true. Jokes about jetpacks, about moon colonies, about specific technological developments that went differently, about political outcomes that resolved in other directions, about cultural shifts that never materialized. Nobody screenshots those. Nobody builds viral posts around the predictions that failed because confirmation bias operates in only one direction. The Simpsons has an extraordinary record of successful predictions only if you count the successes and ignore the failures, which is precisely what the internet does. This is the mundane explanation. It is correct. It accounts for the vast majority of the prediction phenomenon. But here is where it gets genuinely strange. Some of the coincidences are specific in a way that the volume and trend extrapolation arguments strain to fully cover. The Trump prediction did not just say that a celebrity might run for office. It named Trump specifically, and the episode depicted Trump descending on an escalator in a sequence that visually mirrors the exact staging of the real announcement he made in 2015. That is not a trend extrapolation. That is a specific visual detail aligning with a specific visual moment 15 years in the future. The Siegfried and Roy episode did not just joke about exotic animal danger in general. It depicted a white tiger attacking a performer in a specific context that closely parallels the actual 2003 incident in which Roy Horn was critically injured by a white tiger during a performance. That is not statistical coincidence in the normal sense. That is a specific prediction about a specific type of incident involving a specific type of animal and a specific type of performer. How do you explain these? The honest answer is that you probably cannot explain them completely with any framework. Some number of The Simpsons predictions are genuinely strange. They are specific enough that probability alone feels inadequate. And this is where the meta theory becomes interesting. Not the supernatural version, not the time travel version, but the cultural influence version. The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future. The show is one of the most watched, most quoted, most referenced pieces of American media in the history of the medium. It has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its observations have become part of how Americans understand their own culture. When the show depicts something, a president, a technology, a cultural moment, that depiction enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point. It becomes something people think about when they encounter real-world versions of what the show depicted. When The Simpsons made a joke about a Trump presidency, that joke did not predict the future. It made the future feel familiar. It primed the cultural imagination. It made the idea of a Trump presidency feel less like an unimaginable aberration and more like an inevitable punchline. When Trump actually ran and actually won, the cultural response was not disbelief, it was recognition. We've seen this. The Simpsons already did this. The show did not forecast the event. It normalized the event by depicting it first, and when it arrived in a world that had been culturally prepared for it. The show's satire does not forecast the future. It normalizes the future. It takes trends that are in motion and presents them as accomplished facts. And when those facts materialize, the audience experiences not surprise, but a sense of déjà vu that feels like prophecy, but is actually the result of having been culturally conditioned to accept the outcome years in advance. Springfield does not reflect America. America has become Springfield, the nuclear power plant run by an immortal billionaire, the corrupt government that cannot function on its own, the population too distracted and too cognitively dulled to understand how thoroughly they are being exploited. The endless cycle of catastrophe and reset, the collective amnesia, the institutions that protect the powerful and burden the powerless. These were satirical exaggerations when the show started in 1989. They are recognizable features of contemporary American life now. The show did not predict where America was heading. The show diagnosed where America already was. And then it kept running for 36 more years while America moved in the direction the diagnosis described. That is the real prediction. Not the smartwatch, not the Disney merger, not even Trump. The real prediction was the underlying condition of the society, the specific combination of wealth concentration and cognitive complacency and institutional corruption and collective denial that makes all the specific predictions feel so familiar when they arrive. The Simpsons looked at America in 1989 and described what it saw. And America spent the next 3.5 decades becoming a more thorough version of what the show described. That is not prophecy. That is satire that was accurate enough, specific enough, and sustained long enough to be mistaken for prophecy. And the mistake is forgivable because the difference between a very good diagnosis and a prediction is sometimes just a matter of timing. Section 10. The Supporting Darkness. Ned Flanders, Hans Moleman, Sideshow Bob, and the shadows at the edge of Springfield. We have spent 9 sections at the center of Springfield, following the Simpson family and their immediate orbit, looking at the specific mechanisms, the radiation, the coma, the conspiracy, the social contract, that hold this impossible town in its impossible state. But Springfield is not just the Simpsons, it is an entire community. And some of the darkest theories about what Springfield really is come from its peripheral characters. The ones in the background, the ones who appear and disappear, the ones who seem at first like comic devices and reveal themselves, under sustained attention, to be something more complicated. Let's start with the smallest character in the most literal sense, Hans Moleman. If you have watched The Simpsons for any length of time, you know Hans Moleman. He is the tiny, ancient-appearing man who appears in the background of Springfield scenes and exists, primarily, to suffer. He is hit by cars, crushed by falling objects, buried alive, eaten by animals, struck by lightning, incinerated. He walks into traffic and is run over. He is attacked. He collapses. He is trapped. By any reasonable count, Moleman has been killed. Actually killed in canonical non-Halloween episodes dozens of times. And then he appears in subsequent episodes completely unaffected, requiring no explanation for his return, no acknowledgement that he was dead 2 episodes earlier. The standard fan interpretation is that this is a running gag. Moleman dies a lot. It's a dark joke, don't think about it. But under the framework of the theories we've spent this entire video building, Moleman's repeated deaths are not a gag. They are the most extreme manifestation of Springfield's underlying strangeness. If the radiation theory is correct, Moleman represents the far end of mutation. A man whose biology has been so comprehensively altered by decades of nuclear contamination that his cellular architecture can reconstitute after fatal trauma. He does not survive his deaths the way Homer survives injuries. Homer endures damage and heals from it at an abnormal rate, but does not actually die during the healing. Moleman dies, his body stops, and then it starts again. Death in Springfield for certain residents appears to be a temporary state, a biological reset triggered by whatever the power plant has done to their fundamental cellular structure. Moleman is not immortal in the way Burns is immortal. Burns's immortality is engineered, maintained, deliberately constructed and managed. Moleman's appears to be an uncontrolled consequence of environmental contamination taken to its extreme logical conclusion. There is also the detail of his age. Moleman, in a canonical episode, states that he is 31 years old. 31. He appears to be in his late 80s or 90s. Something aged him catastrophically. Something took a man in the middle of his life and compressed decades of biological deterioration into a much shorter time frame. Something that also paradoxically made him nearly indestructible despite his apparent fragility. Whatever Springfield did to Molman, it aged him rapidly and then made death unable to finish the job. It is as though the contamination accelerated his body through its normal lifespan, and then the body, having reached a state of radical deterioration, stabilized there. Too broken to function normally, too altered to die cleanly. Under the coma theory, Molman is a different kind of revelation. He is a background process in Homer's dream, a minor character that Homer's unconscious mind does not care enough about to maintain with perfect consistency. He dies because Homer's dreaming brain occasionally lets minor characters lapse, allows them to drop from the simulation for an episode, and then reinstantiates them when the next scene requires a certain population density. Moleman is not a person in this reading. He is a piece of scenery that the dream sometimes forgets to maintain and sometimes forgets it forgot. Under the collective denial theory from Section 7, Molman's deaths are simply another thing Springfield has agreed not to notice. A man dies repeatedly in public, in front of witnesses. Nobody calls for investigation. Nobody asks how he keeps returning. The town has normalized Molman's death cycle the way it has normalized everything else that should be alarming. Three-eyed fish, a glowing billionaire, a baby who shot a man, a principal who is not who he claims to be. Springfield's collective attention moves past these things the moment they require confrontation. And the quiet horror of Molman, when you sit with it, is this. He never asks for help. He never protests his condition. He just keeps appearing. In the background, getting crushed, getting up, getting crushed again. There is something in his steady, unexplained persistence that mirrors the show itself. The same event cycling through, the same outcomes, the same reset, and nobody in the room asking the question that would break the pattern. Now, Ned Flanders. And Ned requires care, because Ned is the character the show has constructed the most systematically painful arc for without the audience fully registering it as painful. On the surface, Ned Flanders is everything Homer is not. He is kind and generous and devoutly religious and physically fit and financially responsible and patient and good. He is, by any reasonable external assessment, a significantly better person than Homer in almost every specific way. He tithes, he volunteers, he helps his neighbors. He raises his sons with care. He is the kind of person that every community needs and that most communities do not adequately value. Springfield does not value Ned. Springfield uses Ned. It benefits from his generosity and ignores his needs. It accepts his help and declines his friendship. It keeps him at arm's length, not with hostility because Springfield doesn't quite rise to the effort of genuine hostility toward Ned, but with the particular carelessness of people who are confident that a certain person will always be there, always be helpful, always be fine, and never require anything in return. Maude Flanders died because Homer was dodging the t-shirt cannon's fire at a speedway event, and the projectiles hit Maude instead. Homer's specific selfishness, enacted in a specific moment, caused the death of Ned's wife. The show states this clearly and then allows Ned to forgive Homer for it. And the forgiveness is treated by the narrative as Ned's defining grace, the ultimate expression of his fundamental goodness. But the forgiveness is not grace. It is a pathological compulsion with roots that the show reveals in a later episode. When a hurricane destroys Ned's house and the community's attempt to rebuild it results in a structure so poorly constructed that it immediately collapses, Ned snaps. He has a complete psychological breakdown. He screams at the town. He says things, accurate things, honestly observed things, that he has been compressing for decades. He is subsequently committed to a mental health facility, and the episode that follows reveals why Ned is the way he is. Ned was a violent and uncontrollable child. His parents, committed beatniks who did not believe in discipline, sought professional intervention. A psychiatrist subjected young Ned to years of behavioral modification, what the show calls therapy, but which functions, as depicted, as more comprehensive psychological conditioning. The aggression was not addressed and channeled. It was suppressed, buried under layers of conditioned response. Ned's niceness is not his natural personality. It is a cage built around his actual personality by someone who decided that a child's authentic emotional life was less important than making him socially manageable. Everything about Ned looks different once you understand this. His patience with Homer is not saintly forbearance. It is pathological compulsion, the expression of conditioning so deep that his nervous system literally cannot generate the anger response that any normal person would have after years of having their wife killed by their neighbor's selfishness. His faith is not spiritual conviction in the way he experiences it. It is the external framework that an internally broken person needs to explain why the universe keeps delivering suffering to someone who is doing everything right. His forgiveness of Homer after Maude's death is not grace. It is the programmed response of a man who was literally trained as a child to suppress rage at all costs, regardless of provocation. When the conditioning fails, when the hurricane and the collapsed house and the accumulated weight of a lifetime of absorbing punishment without complaint finally overwhelms the programming, the person underneath is not someone the audience was prepared for. The despair is bottomless. The episode hints at the violence that lives beneath the niceness carefully without fully surfacing it, but the hint is enough. Ned Flanders is not a kind man who is also in pain. He is a kind man whose kindness is the product of someone else's intervention on a frightened, angry child, and the pain that intervention was meant to manage is still there, has always been there, and has been growing for decades under very careful compression. And God. The show's treatment of Ned and God is the detail that concentrates everything into its sharpest form. God talks to Homer. The show has depicted this multiple times in episodes treated as canonical. God appears to Homer, speaks with Homer, has actual conversations with Homer. The drunk who falls asleep during church services, who eats donuts during meltdown warnings, who once had a direct conversation with God at the beginning of the season that preceded his coma. This is the man to whom God speaks. God does not speak to Ned. Ned, who attends church every Sunday without fail, who has organized his entire life around his faith, who has tried to be the specific kind of person that his religious tradition calls him to be. Ned prays into a silence that the show's own continuity confirms as being broken for Homer, while Ned waits for an answer that never arrives. The devout man gets nothing. The indifferent man gets divine conversation. This is the show's thesis statement about reward and virtue in Springfield. Goodness is not rewarded. Kindness is not protected. Faith is not answered. The system does not care about moral behavior. It cares about compliance. And Ned is compliant, was made compliant before he was old enough to choose. And his reward is a dead wife, a destroyed house, a neighbor who will never appreciate him, and a God who speaks to everyone except the one person who is actually listening. Homer Simpson is what happens when you do everything wrong in a system that doesn't punish wrongness. Ned Flanders is what happens when you do everything right in a system that doesn't reward rightness. They have lived next to each other for 36 years. The gap between them has never once closed, because the gap is the point. Because Springfield is not a meritocracy. It never was. Now, Sideshow Bob. Robert Terwilliger Jr., Sideshow Bob, has attempted to kill Bart Simpson a remarkable number of times, across a remarkable number of increasingly elaborate schemes, and has failed every single time. He has escaped from prison repeatedly, crossed international borders, acquired significant resources while nominally incarcerated, planned operations of genuine complexity and sophistication, and been thwarted on each occasion by a 10-year-old boy who was not particularly trying to stop him. The obvious comedy reading is that Sideshow Bob is a recurring villain in a formula that the show runs periodically. Bob escapes, Bob schemes, Bob nearly succeeds, Bob fails at the last moment due to some combination of circumstance and Bart's inadvertent competence. But Sideshow Bob is, within the show's universe, genuinely exceptional. He is one of the most intelligent characters Springfield has produced. He attended a legitimate institution of higher learning. He has cultural sophistication that places him entirely outside the Springfield norm. He speaks multiple languages. He has the capacity for long-term planning and the patience to execute complex operations over extended timelines. He is, in almost every measurable way, someone who should be able to accomplish what he sets out to do. He cannot kill Bart Simpson. The dark theory about Sideshow Bob is not that he keeps failing by accident. It is that he cannot kill Bart Simpson because killing Bart Simpson would end the game. Bob's entire identity, every version of himself that has any coherence or purpose, is organized around the pursuit of Bart. He is a man of exceptional capability who has found in this singular obsession the only thing that gives his life direction. Without the pursuit, without the planning, without the next scheme already forming while the current one collapses, Bob is nothing. He is an extraordinarily intelligent man with nowhere to go and nothing to do. He is, underneath the murderous intent and the operatic self-presentation, someone who desperately needs an adversary to define himself against. He cannot kill Bart because if he killed Bart, he would have to become something other than the man who is trying to kill Bart. And there is nothing waiting for him on the other side of that achievement. The pursuit is the point. The failure is the structure. Every time Sideshow Bob is thwarted, he is not failing. He is maintaining the only existence available to him. Under the coma theory, Bob's role is even more specific. He is the element in Homer's dream that introduces genuine menace without ever resolving into actual tragedy. The dream needs stakes. It needs tension. It needs a villain who threatens the family seriously enough that the fantasy feels real. But it also needs the family to survive, to remain intact, to be preserved exactly as Homer left them. Sideshow Bob is the dream's solution to this problem. A threat sophisticated enough to be taken seriously. A failure mechanism reliable enough that the threat never fully arrives. He is the pressure valve. The dream generates danger through him and releases it through his inevitable defeat. He tries to kill Bart and cannot, not because he lacks the ability, but because the dream that contains both of them needs Bart alive. The dreamer will not allow his son to die, not even in his own nightmare. Now let us spend a moment with Krusty the Clown, Herschel Schmoikel, Pinchas Yeryam Kristovsky, the career clown whose show Bart has worshipped since childhood, the man whose act is built on the specific energy of someone who has been performing happiness for so long that they have forgotten what it feels like to actually experience it. Krusty's real life is, across the episodes that explore it, a catalog of self-destruction. Gambling addiction, alcoholism, failed marriages, estrangement from his father, a relationship with his own fame that is simultaneously his only source of identity, and the thing that has made genuine human connection impossible. He performs happiness for children every day and goes home to a life that is emptier than most people in Springfield, which is saying something. The dark theory about Krusty is not complicated, but it is specific. Krusty is Bart's ideal father. The show establishes this implicitly across multiple episodes. Bart's hero worship of Krusty, the way Krusty's approval affects Bart in ways that Homer's approval does not. The specific admiration that Bart brings to the relationship that he cannot quite generate for the man who actually lives in his house. Krusty represents in Bart's imagination the father who is cool and funny and exciting and present in a way that matters. And Krusty is a mess. He is a man who has spent his entire adult life performing a version of himself for an audience, and has lost track of where the performance ends and the person begins. He is also, in a detail the show handles with unusual care, a man who carries significant weight around his relationship with his own father. A rabbi who wanted his son to follow him into religious tradition, and whose disappointment in Krusty's career choice created a rupture that took decades to begin healing. Bart worships a man who is fundamentally estranged from his father. Homer is estranged from his own father in a different way. Abe Simpson is present but emotionally unavailable, a man who buried the truth about Homer's mother, and made a deal with the enemy and has spent Homer's whole life being the particular kind of disappointing parent who shows up but never quite arrives. Bart's hero worship of Krusty is, in this reading, Bart unconsciously identifying with a man who has exactly the kind of father-son wound that Bart's own household is quietly developing. The chain of absent fathers, broken relationships, and inheritance of unresolved pain runs through the Simpsons across generations and across family lines. Abe failed Homer. Homer, despite loving Bart genuinely, fails Bart in the specific ways that his own damage has shaped him. The volatility, the strangling, the inability to respond to Bart's emotional needs with the consistency and gentleness that Bart actually requires. And Bart looks at Krusty and sees someone whose wound is visible and whose performance of happiness is an inadequate but recognizable attempt to outrun that wound. It is not a comfortable theory. The Simpsons is a comedy. These characters are not supposed to be mirrors for generational trauma, but 36 years of accumulated story have a way of producing depth that no single writer intended. Depth that emerges from the accumulation of detail over time, the way sediment accumulates into something that was not planned, but is nonetheless present and real. The Reverend Lovejoy deserves a mention, because his arc across the series is one of the quietest tragedies in the show's background. Timothy Lovejoy started his religious career with genuine conviction. The show establishes, in an episode that flashes back to his early ministry, that he was genuinely passionate about his calling, genuinely motivated by faith, genuinely committed to the spiritual care of his congregation. And then Ned Flanders called him. The episode frames this as comedy. Ned's relentless, daily, trivial phone calls about minor moral quandaries exhausted Lovejoy's patience and enthusiasm until he retreated into a kind of spiritual numbness. He still performs the role. He still delivers the sermons. He still shows up every Sunday. But the conviction is gone. Ned Flanders, the most devout man in Springfield, personally wore down the faith of the man responsible for his spiritual guidance. The Reverend is going through the motions of ministry without believing in them anymore. He is not a hypocrite in the conventional sense, and he is not preaching one thing and doing another. He is preaching what he preached before and feeling nothing about it. He is a man whose vocation was slowly drained of meaning by the cumulative weight of being needed in ways he was not equipped to handle. He is still doing the job. The job has simply become a job. This is not a detail the show emphasizes. It is something you have to notice and hold on to across many episodes. But it is consistent, and it is, in its way, the kind of observation about institutional religion and professional burnout that the show's best background work specializes in. Springfield, when you look at its full population with the theories we have spent this video developing, is a community under siege. Not under siege from outside, there is no external enemy pressing on its walls. It is under siege from within, from the accumulated weight of what Burns's plant has done to the biology and cognition of its residents, from the social contract of forgetting that the principal and the pauper episode made visible, from the economic dependency that keeps everyone locked in place, from the individual broken histories that have been passed down through families without ever being resolved. The residents of Springfield are not happy. They are not content. They are not a community of eccentrics enjoying their small-town chaos. They are people who have adapted to their situation because they have no alternative, who have built lives inside a system designed to prevent them from understanding what that system is doing to them, who have found in the particular noise and color and comedy of Springfield's daily life a way to not look directly at what they are living inside. Ned forgives because he cannot express anger. Krusty performs joy because he has forgotten how to feel it. The Reverend ministers without conviction because his conviction was slowly extracted from him. Molman absorbs death and returns for more because whatever the plant did to his cells has made him unable to achieve a final exit. Sideshow Bob plans elaborate destructions because planning is the only activity that gives his life coherent structure. And Homer sleeps through meltdown warnings because some combination of radiation and crayon and the particular grief of a man who lost his mother at 6 years old has made obliviousness the kindest gift his biology can give him. That is Springfield. Not a quirky town, a community full of people doing the best they can inside systems that were built to prevent the best from being sufficient. Final section, what Springfield really is, bringing everything together. We have spent a long time in Springfield tonight. We followed the radioactive contamination from the cracked cooling towers through the three-eyed fish, through the yellow skin, through the bulging eyes, through the damaged cognition of an entire population. We traced Burns's impossible lifespan, from the weekly treatments to the Three Stooges' equilibrium, to the deal he made with Abe Simpson, to the exile he imposed on Mona, to the broken version of Homer that all of it produced. We reopened the Burns shooting and found a verdict that does not hold under scrutiny, a mystery designed to be solved that almost nobody solved, an answer that the show committed to with one hand and undermined with the other. We sat with the coma and watched Homer dream his family into a permanent present tense, finding in the dream the heaven that a man like Homer would actually choose. We watched Springfield vote to make truth illegal and exile the last honest man on a train. We found Maggie watching everything from behind a pacifier, building something in the silence that nobody suspects because she designed the silence specifically to prevent suspicion. We examined the floating timeline and found in it both the production convenience and a statement about what America needs from this family. We looked at the predictions and found not prophecy, but something possibly more interesting. A show so thoroughly embedded in American culture for so long that it began to shape the future it was describing, normalizing trajectories until the trajectories arrived and felt like recognition rather than surprise. And we looked at the people in the margins, Ned and his conditioned grace, Molman and his endless deaths, Bob and his necessary failures, Krusty and his performed joy, the Reverend and his drained conviction, and found in each of them another angle on the same underlying truth. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something structural, something that runs through every theory we've discussed and connects them all. Something that the show has been showing you in plain view for 36 years, without ever stating it in a sentence that the audience could hold onto and refuse to let go. The something is this. Springfield is a company town, not in the literal sense that every business is owned by Burns, though his economic influence is enormous. In the deeper sense, the town exists in the specific configuration that serves Burns's interests. The plant poisons the residents because a poisoned population is easier to control than a healthy one. The safety inspector is incompetent because a competent one would shut the plant down. The doctors look away from the crayon and the contamination and the mutations because they operate in an environment that Burns's money shapes. The media covers the three-eyed fish for one news cycle and then forgets about it because the media in Springfield has absorbed the same lesson that every institution in Springfield has absorbed. Certain subjects are more expensive to pursue than to drop. The population's collective amnesia is the natural result of a community that has spent 36 years in an environment designed to prevent clear thinking. The social contract of forgetting is the natural social evolution of a group of people who have learned, without ever being explicitly taught, that remembering certain things produces consequences while forgetting them produces peace. The individual broken histories, Homer's absent mother, Ned's conditioned personality, Krusty's estranged father, the Reverend's drained conviction, are the specific human costs of living inside a system that was never built for the benefit of the people living in it. Every theory we have discussed tonight arrives at this conclusion through its own path. The radiation theory gets there through biology and environmental science. The coma theory gets there through Homer's specific grief and the architecture of what he loves. The Burns immortality theory gets there through the logic of what wealth does when it operates without accountability across a century. The principal and the pauper theory gets there through the mechanics of collective denial. The Mona Simpson conspiracy gets there through generational damage and the specific human costs of one man's grudge. Different paths, same destination. Springfield is a town built to serve the interests of one man, and the people who live in it have been shaped individually and collectively by that service. This does not make The Simpsons a dark show. It is still, in its bones, a comedy. The jokes are still funny. The characters are still lovable in their specific, damaged, recognizable ways. Homer still loves his family with a wholeness that transcends everything the show has done to him. Marge still holds the household together through sheer patient competence. Bart still finds something worth laughing at in situations that should be frightening. Lisa still asks the question that nobody wants to hear because she cannot stop herself, because it is who she is. The darkness and the comedy coexist. They always have. The Simpsons has always been funny because the situations it depicts are exaggerated versions of real human situations, and real human situations are often both funny and sad at the same time. The difference between the show's surface and its depth is not a difference between comedy and tragedy. It is a difference between what you see when you look quickly and what you find when you look carefully. When you look quickly, Springfield is an absurd and entertaining cartoon town full of lovable idiots who get into ridiculous situations and reset every week for another round. When you look carefully, Springfield is a town under the shadow of a cracked cooling tower, populated by people whose biology has been altered, whose cognition has been damaged, whose social contract has been built around the organized forgetting of what the tower is doing to them, and whose 140-year-old employer has a vested interest in ensuring that none of them ever figures out the connection. Both things are true. The show contains both simultaneously, has always contained both, and will continue containing both for however many more seasons it runs. The theories in this video are fan theories. They are not official Simpsons canon. The writers have addressed some of them and dismissed them. The show has never confirmed any of them. Within the logic of what television is and how it is made, most of the patterns we have discussed have mundane explanations. Floating timelines are a production device. Episodic resets are a narrative convention. The tonal shift after Season 4 reflects changing creative priorities, and Molman dying a lot is a dark running joke. But the theories are worth holding on to anyway, not because they are true in the factual sense, but because they are true in a different, more interesting sense. They are the version of Springfield that you find when you refuse to accept the surface. When you look at three-eyed fish and decide to follow the question rather than forget it. When you watch Homer survive something fatal and ask what kind of creature could survive that. When you look at Maggie sitting alone in a room checking her surroundings before making a gesture in private and decide that she deserves to be taken seriously. The theories exist because some people looked at Springfield and refused to accept what they were told to see. They found patterns. They followed the patterns. And what they found down there, in the basement of the show, among the canonical evidence and the ignored implications and the things the show shows you and then pretends it didn't, is a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and more beautiful than the one that exists on the surface. A version where Homer's stupidity is not a personality flaw, but a scar left by a system that broke his family before he was old enough to choose a different outcome. Where Maggie's silence is the most sophisticated and strategic response to Springfield that any member of the family has managed. Where Burns's immortality is the logical conclusion of what happens when wealth operates without limit, without accountability, without any external force capable of making it answerable for what it has done. Where Marge's patience is not passive but structural, the actual foundation on which everything else rests. The thing that would dissolve the household if it ever stopped. Where Bart's rebellion is the honest, unmediated response of someone who can feel that something is wrong even if he cannot identify what it is. And where Lisa, 8 years old and perpetually 8 years old, keeps asking the question that nobody in Springfield can afford to answer, because she is the only person in the whole impossible town who has not stopped looking. That is The Simpsons. 36 seasons. Nearly 800 episodes, the longest-running animated series in American history, the most theorized, most analyzed, most carefully examined fictional world that American television has ever produced. And after all of it, after all the theories and all the evidence and all the hours spent in Springfield, the biggest mystery is still the most obvious one. Why can't we let them go? Maybe because they are us. Maybe because Homer is every father who works a job he did not choose to feed a family he loves completely. Maybe because Marge is every person who holds the structure together while everyone around them notices the structure and ignores the person holding it. Maybe because Bart is who we wanted to be when we were 10 and thought that wanting things intensely enough would produce them. Maybe because Lisa is who we suspect we should have been if we had been braver or smarter or less tired. Maybe because Maggie is the version of ourselves we keep quiet. The part of us that sees everything and says nothing, and waits for a moment that might or might not come. Or maybe it is simpler than all of that. Maybe we cannot let them go because letting them go means admitting that 36 years have passed, that we are older now, that the couch we sat on as children watching the opening credits with someone we loved is gone, or changed, or the person beside us on it is gone. And as long as The Simpsons is on, as long as the loop keeps floating, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8 and Homer is stumbling through the door after another day at the plant, we do not have to admit that. We can turn on the television. We can go home to Evergreen Terrace. To the family that never changes, in the town that never ages, in the show that never ends, that is the real theory. Not the radiation and not the coma and not the conspiracy and not the floating timeline. The real theory is this. We built Springfield. We keep it running. We tune in every week and confirm that the walls are still standing and the family is still there and the loop is still intact. And every time we do, every time we sit down and watch Homer fall down and get back up, watch Marge sigh and keep going, watch Bart plot something and have it fail in exactly the right way, watch Lisa raise her hand in a classroom where no one is ready for the question, we make Springfield a little more real. We tighten the loop a little more. We make it a little harder for any of them to ever leave. Because if they leave, if the timeline stops floating, if Bart turns 11 and something changes and the credits roll on a Springfield that is actually different from the one we started with, then the show ends. And the show ending means the childhood ends. And the childhood ending means the people we watched it with have been gone for however long they have been gone. And the years that have passed are actually behind us, actually belong to some previous version of ourselves who sat on a couch that no longer exists and watched a cartoon family in a town that does not appear on any map. Springfield will never be found because it is not on any map. It is inside the specific grief of every person who has ever loved something that cannot be held still. It is the place we built to keep safe what we cannot actually keep. It is the loop we chose, over and over, episode after episode, season after season, because the alternative is looking directly at how much time has passed and how much has changed and how little of it we had any say in. That's Springfield. It was always Springfield. And now it's time to go back to sleep. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If something in here struck you, a theory you hadn't heard before, a connection you're still turning over, the comment section is yours. Drop your time and your location. I genuinely love knowing where these videos find people. And if you want more of this, more slow dives into the stories behind the stories, more time in the places that television built and never quite let us leave, subscribe. It keeps this going. I'll see you in the next one. Sleep well. End of script total. Approximate word count, approximately 43,000 words. Section 10, the supporting darkness. Ned Flanders, Hans Moleman, Sideshow Bob, and the shadows at the edge of Springfield. We have spent the bulk of this video at the center of Springfield, following the Simpson family and their immediate orbit, looking at the specific mechanisms, the radiation, the coma, the conspiracy, the social contract of forgetting, that hold this impossible town in its impossible state. But Springfield is not just the Simpsons. It is an entire community, and some of the darkest patterns about what Springfield really is emerge from the peripheral characters. The ones who appear and disappear in the background, the ones who seem, at first encounter, like comic devices and who reveal themselves, under sustained attention, to be something considerably more complicated and considerably more human. Let's start with the smallest character in the most literal sense, Hans Moleman. If you have watched The Simpsons for any length of time, you know Hans Moleman. He is the tiny, ancient-appearing, nearly blind man who surfaces in the background of Springfield scenes and exists, primarily, to suffer. He is hit by cars. He is crushed by falling objects. He is buried alive. He is eaten by animals. He is struck by lightning. He is incinerated. He walks into traffic and disappears under wheels with a sound effect and an expression of mild resignation. He is trapped inside things that should be impossible to become trapped inside. He falls from heights and is impacted by projectiles. By any reasonable count, Moleman has been killed. Actually killed in canonical non-Halloween episodes in the main show's reality dozens of times. More than any other character in the history of American animation, probably. And then he appears in subsequent episodes completely unaffected. No explanation, no resurrection scene, No acknowledgement from any other character that he was dead in the previous episode. He simply returns, ready to be killed again. In an endless cycle of death and return that the show treats as a background rhythm. Something that happens in the corners of Springfield, the way weather happens. Periodically, without particular significance, requiring no comment. The standard interpretation of Molman is that he is a running gag, a dark joke about mortality applied to a recurring background character. Don't think about it, it's funny. But under the frameworks we have built over the course of this video, Molman's repeated deaths are not a gag. They are the most extreme manifestation of Springfield's underlying biological strangeness. If the radiation theory is correct, if the contamination from the power plant has been altering the biology of Springfield's residents in ways that produce measurable deviations from normal human function, four fingers, yellow skin, bulging eyes, impossible healing rates, anomalous cognitive profiles, then Molman represents the far end of that spectrum. Not the moderated, survivable end that Homer occupies, where the contamination has altered biology in ways that make him more durable and less cognitively capable. The extreme end, where the contamination has gone so deep and produced such fundamental changes to the organism's cellular architecture that the organism can reconstitute after trauma that should produce permanent cessation of function. Molman does not survive his deaths the way Homer survives injuries. Homer absorbs damage and heals from it at rates that exceed what medicine would predict, but he does not clinically die during the healing process. He is injured severely, and then he recovers. Molman dies, his body stops, and then it starts again. Without explanation, without medical intervention, without any process the show bothers to depict. If the contamination can do to biology what the radiation theory proposes, if it can extend the healing rate to the degree that Homer exhibits, if it can alter the physical features of an entire population, if it can supercharge the intelligence of an infant to unmeasurable levels, then why not extend that biological alteration to its furthest possible conclusion in one specific individual? Why not produce in the most contaminated or the most susceptible body in town a person whose cellular machinery can reset after terminal events? Death in Springfield for certain residents may be a temporary state, a biological disruption that the organism experiences and then recovers from, rather than a permanent termination of biological function. Molman is what happens when the contamination takes the healing modification and extends it all the way to its logical limit. There is also the matter of his stated age. In a canonical episode, Molman states that he is 31 years old. 31. He appears to be somewhere between 75 and 100. His physical presentation, the deeply lined face, the stooped posture, the near blindness, the apparent frailty, the voice of someone in the very late stages of a long life, does not correspond to what a person in their early 30s looks like by any standard of human aging. Something happened to Molman. Something accelerated his physical aging dramatically, compressing decades of biological deterioration into a much shorter time frame than normal human aging would produce. He is not simply old, he is wrong, aged beyond his years in a way that has a specific cause even if the show declines to name it. And the same thing that compressed his aging, the theory suggests, also made him effectively indestructible once the compression was complete. Whatever the power plant did to his biology accelerated him through his lifespan's normal arc at tremendous speed, and then stabilized him in a state of radical deterioration that death cannot quite finish. He keeps showing up because the process that should have ended him, normal biological aging, was accelerated through artificial means, and the endpoint of that acceleration, the state of absolute deterioration that the process was racing toward, turned out to be one from which the organism can cycle through and return. Under the coma theory, Molman occupies a different role. He is a background process in Homer's dream. A minor character that Homer's unconscious mind does not maintain with the care it maintains the major characters. He dies because Homer's dreaming brain occasionally drops minor characters from the simulation entirely, allowing them to lapse between episodes, and he returns because the dream requires a certain population density to feel like Springfield. Molman is not a person in this reading. He is a piece of environmental furniture that the dream sometimes forgets to maintain, and sometimes forgets it has forgotten, reinstantiating him when the next scene needs someone in his general position. Under the collective denial theory, Molman's deaths are simply another item in the long list of things Springfield has agreed not to notice. A man dies repeatedly, visibly, in public, in front of witnesses. The witnesses do not call for investigations. The witnesses do not ask how he keeps returning. The town has normalized Molman's death cycle the way it has normalized everything else that should prompt inquiry. The three-eyed fish, the glowing billionaire, the baby who shot a man, the principal who is not who he claims to be. Springfield's collective attention slides past these things at the moment they require sustained engagement. The discomfort of noticing is greater than the discomfort of moving on, and so the town moves on, and Molman keeps dying, and nobody asks the question. And there is something in that pattern, in the specific image of a man who keeps dying and keeps showing up, who absorbs terminal events and returns for more without anyone around him, finding this remarkable, that mirrors something fundamental about Springfield itself. The town keeps absorbing things that should change it permanently and keeps returning to its baseline state. The dome descended and was lifted, and Springfield went back to normal. The plant nearly melted down, and Springfield went back to normal. Molman died in the previous episode and shows up in this one. At every scale, an individual, communal, institutional, Springfield cycles through catastrophe and returns to the same place. Molman is not a gag. Molman is Springfield in miniature. The endless cycle of damage and return. The absence of consequence. The loop running at the smallest possible scale, in a single tiny man in the corner of the frame. Now let us spend significant time with Ned Flanders, because Ned is the character the show has most systematically dismantled while maintaining the surface appearance of celebration. He is presented as a good man. The show treats him as a good man. The audience is supposed to recognize his goodness. And all of that is accurate. He is a good man. The show is not lying about him. What the show is showing you, underneath the presentation of goodness, is what goodness costs in Springfield. What it produces for the person who practices it without reservation, without exception, without the psychological defenses that most people build to protect themselves from the full weight of being committed to kindness in an environment that does not reward it. Ned Flanders is kind. He is generous. He is devoutly religious in a way that is genuine rather than performed. He is physically healthy, financially responsible, a present and attentive father to his sons Rod and Todd, a good neighbor in the literal, practical sense of the word. Someone whose presence makes life around him better. He is, by any objective metric applied to the specific qualities that make a person valuable to the community around them, a significantly better person than Homer Simpson in nearly every measurable way. And the show punishes him for it with a consistency and completeness that, once noticed, is impossible to unsee. Maude Flanders died because Homer was dodging t-shirts at a Springfield Speedway event, and the projectiles that Homer avoided hit Maude instead and knocked her from the bleachers. Homer's reflexive selfishness. The specific behavior of a man who, when something is coming at him, gets out of the way without considering what is in the way behind him, caused the death of Ned's wife. The show states this with unusual directness. Homer dodged. The t-shirts hit Maude. Maude died. Ned forgave Homer. Not reluctantly. Not after a long and painful process of working through his grief and his anger. Not through the kind of hard-won forgiveness that requires confronting the full weight of what happened and choosing, with full awareness of that weight, to release it. Ned forgave Homer quickly, visibly, in the way that Ned does everything. With the surface smoothness of someone for whom the appropriate response to being wronged is to forgive and move forward. The show treats this as Ned's defining grace, his greatest expression of the values he professes. It is presented as admirable. And in the context of what the show later reveals about Ned's psychology, the speed and completeness of the forgiveness becomes something other than admirable. It becomes alarming. Because Ned cannot not forgive. He does not choose forgiveness as the response to Homer causing Maude's death. He has no other response available to him. The mechanism that would generate anger, that would produce the sustained, proportionate grievance that losing a spouse to someone else's thoughtlessness should generate in any normal person, is not functioning in Ned the way it functions in most people. This is addressed directly in an episode that the show treated as comedy, but which, under sustained attention, is one of the most psychologically specific things the show has ever done. When a hurricane destroys Ned's house and the community's reconstruction effort produces a building so poorly constructed that it collapses immediately upon completion, Ned breaks. He has a complete psychological breakdown, visible to the entire town, in which everything he has been holding inside for years, possibly for decades, comes out. He screams at the people of Springfield. He identifies the specific ways in which specific people around him have failed to meet the standards he has held himself to without ever holding them to those same standards. He says things that are accurate. He says things he has clearly thought before but has not said before. And then he is institutionalized. The episode that follows his commitment to the psychiatric facility reveals the origin of Ned's psychological architecture with a specificity that recontextualizes everything about the character. Ned was not always this way. As a child, he was not kind. He was not patient. He was not gentle. He was violent, uncontrollable. A child whose behavioral dysregulation had reached a point where his parents, themselves committed to a countercultural philosophy that rejected conventional discipline, sought professional intervention. The psychiatrists they consulted subjected young Ned to what the episode frames as behavioral therapy, but what functions, as depicted, as comprehensive psychological conditioning. The aggression was addressed not by helping Ned understand and channel it, but by suppressing it through accumulated conditioning, until the suppression became automatic and the aggression was no longer accessible. Ned's kindness is not his nature. It is the product of someone else's intervention on a child who was too young to consent to what was being done to him. The kindness is real in the sense that Ned genuinely produces it, but it is not freely chosen in the sense that Ned is choosing kindness over anger, because he has worked through the anger and found kindness to be the wiser path. He is producing kindness because his nervous system was rewired to produce kindness as its default output regardless of what his actual emotional state is. This is what the show reveals about Ned and then largely steps away from, treating the revelation as the background to a single comedic episode rather than as a fundamental reframing of everything we understand about the character. But once you know it, you cannot unknow it. Ned's patience with Homer is not the patience of a saint who has chosen equanimity over resentment. It is the patience of a person who cannot access the resentment that the situation warrants because his psychology was deliberately structured to prevent him from accessing it. His faith is not the settled conviction of someone who has examined the world and found God to be a convincing conclusion. It is the external framework that a person with no internal access to his own emotional truth requires to explain why the universe keeps delivering suffering to someone doing everything correctly. His forgiveness of Homer after Maude's death is not grace. It is a compulsive behavior pattern installed in him before he could choose. And the show knows this. It demonstrated it when the conditioning failed. When the hurricane and the collapsed house and the cumulative weight of decades of suppressed grievance finally overcame the conditioning, and what emerged in that parking lot was not a kind man who had temporarily lost his composure. What emerged was the person Ned actually is underneath the programming. Furious, despairing, saying true things that he has needed to say for years and has not been able to say because the conditioning sits between his emotional truth and his expression of it. That person was immediately institutionalized. The town watched Ned break, sent him to a facility, and waited for the conditioning to be reinforced and Ned to be returned to his appropriate configuration. The functional, kind, forgiving, patient version. The version that suits the community's needs rather than Ned's own. The show also depicts with unusual directness the specific texture of Ned's relationship with the divine. God appears to Homer multiple times in the show's canon. These appearances are depicted as canonical, not as dreams or metaphors. Homer has genuine conversations with the actual God within the logic of the show's universe. The drunk who falls asleep during services, who skips church whenever he can find an excuse, who has had direct theological conversations with God in which God offers actual information and actual engagement. This is the man to whom the divine makes itself accessible. Ned attends every service. He structures his life around his faith. He tithes, he volunteers, he attempts to live by the specific principles his religious tradition calls him to live by. He prays consistently and genuinely, without performance, without social motivation. He is doing everything that, by the framework of his own faith, should be the basis for a relationship with the divine. God does not speak to Ned. In the show's canon, there is no record of God having a direct conversation with Ned Flanders. The most devout man in Springfield, the man who has organized his entire existence around his relationship with God, receives silence. The indifferent man who skips church gets divine conversation. The man who goes every Sunday gets nothing. This is not random. The show is making a specific statement about how Springfield's underlying logic applies even to the divine. The system does not reward virtue. The system does not care about moral caliber. The system cares about something else: compliance, economic function, the maintenance of the specific arrangements that keep the town operating in the way Burns needs it to operate. And Ned's virtue is irrelevant to all of that. God talks to Homer because Homer is entertaining. God ignores Ned because Ned, however good he is, does not make the story interesting in the same way. Or, in the darker reading, God talks to Homer because Homer needs help and is not getting it from any other source. And God does not talk to Ned because Ned already has the framework he needs to keep functioning. He is already in the arrangement that keeps him compliant and present and useful to the community around him. The conditioning installed in childhood has made him more functional to the community than God's intervention would, and the community's needs take priority over the individual's. Ned Flanders is the saddest character in The Simpsons. Not Homer, who is too cognitively impaired by the accumulated effects of his environment to fully comprehend his own suffering. Not Lisa, who is young enough and brilliant enough to still believe that the situation can improve. Not Burns, who has more power than anyone else in Springfield and has spent a century using it to insulate himself from consequences. Ned, who does everything correctly by every available standard, who has given up more than anyone else in the show's supporting cast to live the way he believes he should live, and who receives in return a dead wife, a destroyed house, a neighbor who has never and will never appreciate what Ned does for him, and a God who speaks to everyone except the one person who is actually listening. That is what the show has built for Ned Flanders across 36 seasons. A life of genuine virtue producing genuinely inadequate returns. A demonstration sustained across decades that goodness is not rewarded in Springfield, that the system does not care about moral behavior, that the gap between Homer and Ned, the gap between the man who does everything wrong and the man who does everything right, does not close, has never closed, is not designed to close. Because the system was not built to close it. The system was built to keep Homer at the plant and Ned at the church and Burns at the top, in the specific configuration that serves the interests of whoever benefits from that configuration. And Ned, conditioned to kindness before he was old enough to choose otherwise, will maintain his position in that configuration forever, forgiving Homer for the death of his wife and the destruction of his house, and the 36 years of being taken for granted, because he was made to forgive, and what was made into him he cannot unmake. Sideshow Bob, Robert Terwilliger Jr., has attempted to kill Bart Simpson an extraordinary number of times. He has escaped from prison repeatedly. He has pursued Bart across continents, across social classes, across multiple life reinventions including marriage, a stint as mayor, and a period of apparent rehabilitation. He has planned operations of genuine complexity and sophistication, executed elements of those plans with precision and patience that no other character in Springfield approaches, and failed at the final moment on every single occasion, thwarted most often by Bart's inadvertent competence or by some circumstance that Bob, for all his planning, did not account for. The obvious reading is that this is a formula. Bob is the recurring villain. Bart is the unwitting foil. The show runs the formula periodically with variations on the scheme and variations on the failure mode. Comedy through repetition. The villain keeps losing. But Bob is exceptional. This needs to be stated clearly because the show's comedic treatment of his failures sometimes obscures it. By any reasonable assessment of the qualities that make a person operationally capable, intelligence, patience, planning capacity, adaptability, the willingness to sustain effort toward a long-term goal across significant adversity, Bob is among the most capable characters in Springfield's universe. He speaks multiple languages. He attended legitimate institutions of higher learning. He has cultural and aesthetic sophistication that places him entirely outside Springfield's normal register. He can execute complex operations across extended time frames with the kind of sustained discipline that most people cannot maintain for a single afternoon. He cannot kill Bart Simpson. The dark theory is not that Bob keeps failing because he is incompetent, or because the universe is conspiring against him, or because Bart is secretly more capable than he appears. The dark theory is that Bob cannot kill Bart, because killing Bart would end the only project that gives Bob's life coherent structure. Consider what Bob is when he is not trying to kill Bart. He is an extremely intelligent man with no obvious purpose, no community, no role that his specific capabilities are suited for, no clear relationship between what he can do and anything that the world around him needs done. His intelligence operates far above the average in every context he enters. His aesthetic sensibility and his cultural literacy place him in a register that the people around him cannot quite meet. He is perpetually out of place, too sophisticated for Springfield, too specifically damaged for any other environment he has tried to inhabit. The pursuit of Bart is the one thing that gives all of Bob's capabilities a target. Planning the next scheme gives his patience and his intelligence and his organizational capacity somewhere to go. The preparation occupies him. The execution engages him. The failure, and this is the crucial part, produces the next cycle. Another plan to make. Another scheme to execute. Another opportunity for all the things Bob is unusually good at to be applied to something that matters to him. If Bart were dead, Bob would have accomplished his goal. He would also have lost the only thing that makes his particular configuration of abilities feel purposeful. The man who defeated Bart Simpson is a man who needs a new purpose, and there is no obvious candidate. The pursuit is not a means to an end. The pursuit is the point. Every plan is the next installment in the only ongoing project Bob has found that suits him. He fails because he needs to fail. Not consciously. Bob is not deliberately throwing the fight. But the part of his psychology that generates each new plan, that finds motivation to escape from prison and rebuild toward the next attempt, is the part that would be extinguished by success. He cannot kill Bart and continue to be the person he recognizes as himself. The person he is when he is trying to kill Bart is the most functional version of him available. And that version requires Bart to be alive to try to kill. Under the coma theory, Bob's role is more specific and perhaps more elegant. He is the element in Homer's dream that introduces genuine menace without ever resolving into actual tragedy. The dream needs stakes. It needs a threat serious enough that the fantasy feels real. A real villain, a real danger, a real sense that something bad could happen. But the dream also fundamentally needs the family to survive. Homer's dreaming mind will not permit the death of his son. The dreamer cannot create that ending because creating it would require experiencing it. And Homer's unconscious mind does not want to experience the death of Bart. Bob is the perfect dream villain. A threat sophisticated enough to be taken seriously. A failure mechanism reliable enough that the threat never fully lands. The dream generates danger through Bob's schemes and releases it through Bob's defeats, over and over, in exactly the rhythm that allows the dream to feel tense without becoming the nightmare it would be if Bob ever succeeded. Krusty the Clown, Herschel Schmoikel, Pinchas Yericum Krastovsky, is the figure Bart has worshipped since childhood in a way that he has never quite managed to direct at his own father. This fact is established in the show's early seasons and is consistent enough across the show's run to be considered canonical character information rather than episodic convenience. Bart admires Krusty with a completeness and a sincerity that he cannot quite replicate for Homer. He has defended Krusty against accusations of criminal behavior with more energy than he has ever deployed for Homer. He has sought Krusty's approval with a hunger that reflects genuine hero worship. And Krusty is, in his private life, a man being slowly consumed by the specific kind of emptiness that comes from performing happiness for so long that the performance and the person become indistinguishable. Krusty's real life is, across the episodes that examine it with any depth, a catalog of self-destruction. Gambling addiction serious enough that it has financially ruined him multiple times. Alcohol dependency, failed relationships. A complex and painful estrangement from his father, Rabbi Krustovsky, whose disapproval of Krusty's choice of career created a rupture between them that the show eventually depicts being repaired, but that clearly shaped Krusty's relationship to his own worth across decades. He performs happiness for children every day and goes home to something that is not happiness. He is a man who has spent his entire adult life inhabiting an exaggerated persona for an audience, and who has, over time, lost the thread that connected the persona to whatever he was before it. The theory that connects Bart's worship of Krusty to something deeper than a child's love of a beloved entertainer runs something like this. Bart sees in Krusty someone who is hurt in a specific way that Bart recognizes. Not consciously. Not with the articulacy that would allow him to name what he is recognizing. But Krusty is a man whose relationship with his father is a wound that shapes his entire professional and personal life. And Bart is a boy in a household where the relationship with the father is complicated by exactly the kinds of factors we have examined. Homer's cognitive limitations, Homer's specific emotional damage, the particular ways that Homer loves Bart genuinely but serves Bart's needs imperfectly. Bart worships a man who is secretly broken by his relationship with his father. Bart is a child being shaped by his relationship with his father in ways that will not fully reveal themselves for years. The resonance between them is not articulated in the show. It does not need to be. It operates beneath the comedy of Bart's fan worship, in the specific emotional truth of why a child with Homer Simpson as a father would choose Krusty the Clown as his idol. The show has built this quietly across decades, without making it explicit, trusting the attentive viewer to see it. There is also the matter of the chain of paternal failure that runs through the show's universe at every level. Abe failed Homer in specific ways, the lie about Mona, the deal with Burns, the emotional unavailability that left Homer without the paternal support that might have made the difference. Homer, for all his genuine love for his children, fails Bart and Lisa and Maggie in specific ways that are the direct consequence of what Abe did and did not give him. Krusty's father failed him in a different way, through disapproval and rejection. And that failure became the wound that shaped Krusty's relationship to his own worth and to the performance that replaced it. The specific forms of failure are different. The pattern across generations is the same. Men who were not given what they needed by the men before them, who go on to give their own children something that is not quite adequate, in ways that reflect precisely the shape of what they themselves lacked. It is not a cheerful pattern. The Simpsons is not a cheerful show underneath the comedy. It is a sustained examination of what inadequate love, inadequate support, and inadequate resources do to people across time. How the specific forms of damage compound and modify themselves from one generation to the next without ever quite resolving. Homer loves his kids. He loves them sincerely and completely, in the full, overwhelming, undisciplined way that Homer does everything, and the love is real. And it is not enough in the specific ways that it is not enough, because love alone does not heal the damage that Homer carries and that shapes how he expresses that love. Bart will carry something from Homer the way Homer carries something from Abe, and Abe carries something from whoever came before him. The chain does not break in Springfield. The chain does not break because Springfield was not built to break it. Springfield was built to maintain itself, to run the same loops, to produce the same outcomes, to ensure that the same family dynamics, the same power structures, the same arrangements of compliance and control continue from one generation to the next without interruption. Burns understood this. He built it. Not all of it, not consciously, not through a single coordinated plan, but over a century of decisions that served his interests and the interests of the specific configuration of power that his wealth enables, Burns has shaped Springfield into a system that reproduces itself. That produces the workers it needs. That prevents the kinds of organized, informed resistance that would threaten the plant. That keeps the same people in the same roles across generations, because the roles were designed for specific kinds of people, and the environment produces those kinds of people reliably. Homer at the plant, Ned at the church, Lisa in the classroom asking questions that nobody wants to answer, Bart in detention, Maggie watching and waiting and not yet speaking, Mole Man in the background, dying, returning, dying again. The loop runs. It has been running since December 17th, 1989. It will keep running for as long as we keep it running, and we will keep it running because we always do. Because we tune in every week and confirm that the walls are still standing, and the family is still intact, and the timeline is still floating. Because the alternative on watching the loop stop, watching time actually pass, watching these characters age into the people they would become if the show allowed it, requires admitting something about our own relationship to time that we are not quite ready to admit. The Simpsons are frozen because we froze them. The loop runs because we run it. The dream continues because the dreamer will not wake up, and the dreamer will not wake up because waking up means something that is too hard to look at directly. That is the whole theory. Everything else in this video, the radiation, the coma, the conspiracy, the social contract, the immortal billionaire, the silent genius baby, the predictions, the floating timeline. All of it is scaffolding around this central truth. We built Springfield. We maintain it. We are the mechanism by which it persists. And in the persistence, in the loop, in the same yellow family on the same couch on the same Sunday night, we keep what we love from having to change. We keep what we love from having to become something we do not recognize anymore. We keep what we love from having to end. That is what Springfield is for. That is what Springfield has always been for. And as long as we need it, and we will keep needing it for as long as we have things we are not ready to let go of, Springfield will be there. The power plant will be leaking. Burns will be alive. Homer will be falling asleep at his workstation. Marge will be holding everything together with the particular patient. Competence that the show never quite acknowledges is extraordinary. Bart will be planning something. Lisa will be raising her hand. Maggie will be watching with those enormous dark eyes that see everything and say nothing. The loop will be running, the couch will be there, the family will be intact. It always is. That's the whole point. And now it is time to sleep. That's everything for tonight. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield with me. It means more than I know how to say properly in an outro. Drop your location and time in the comments. I read them. I love knowing where these reach people and what hour they find you. If you want more of this, more slow, long dives into the stories behind the stories, subscribe. It genuinely keeps this going. Sleep well. I'll see you in the next one. End of script. Approximate word count. 43,000 plus words. Extended section. Deeper into the Simpsons family. Character studies for the long night. We have covered the primary theories. We have traced the radiation and the coma and the conspiracy and the social contract. But there are threads we have only touched lightly that deserve more time, because the most interesting material in The Simpsons is sometimes not in the dramatic revelations, but in the quieter accumulations of character detail that the show deposits across decades, and that only reveal their full shape when you step back far enough to see the whole picture. Let's go deeper. Let's go slower. This is the part of the video for the people still awake, still thinking, still turning something over. Homer Simpson as tragic hero. The word tragic is used loosely in everyday conversation to mean unfortunate or sad, but it has a specific meaning in its literary context. A tragic hero is someone whose downfall is not purely the result of external forces, but emerges from a flaw, a quality that is often also their most distinctive and defining characteristic, the thing that makes them who they are, turned against them by circumstances or fate. The flaw is inseparable from the person. You cannot remove it without removing what makes them recognizable. Homer's flaw in this framework is not stupidity. Not precisely. Homer's flaw is a specific combination of emotional need and cognitive limitation that together make him constitutionally incapable of seeing the full shape of what is happening to him and to his family. He loves too completely and understands too incompletely. He cares about his family with a wholeness that is genuinely admirable. The show has never given any reason to doubt the sincerity and depth of Homer's love for Marge, and Bart, and Lisa, and Maggie. But his capacity to understand the systems around him, to trace the causes of his own suffering, to see the connection between his employment by Burns and the exile of his mother, is broken in ways that prevent the love from doing what love is supposed to do when it is complete. A man who understood everything, Homer understands emotionally but had the cognitive capacity to act on it, might have quit the plant years ago. He might have confronted Burns about Mona. He might have organized the other workers, reported the violations, found a lawyer, moved his family to a place that was not being poisoned. His love would have been the motivation that drove an effective response. Homer's love is the motivation and the response is absent, because the mechanism between motivation and action is broken. He feels everything that should drive change and cannot execute the change because the cognitive architecture required to do so is not available to him. This is not stupidity in the simple sense of low intelligence, though the intelligence limitation is part of it. It is the specific tragedy of a person who has everything required to love well and not quite enough of what is required to protect what he loves. He is the safety inspector who cannot identify danger. He is the father who cannot see that his children are being poisoned. He is the husband who cannot connect the dots between the man who destroyed his family and the man who employs him. He is fully present in the emotional dimension of all these relationships and systematically absent in the analytical dimension. The show has been compassionate about this. It has not punished Homer for his limitations in the way it might have, in the way a show less interested in genuine feeling might have. Homer is allowed to be lovable despite being, in every practical sense, ineffective. The show lets his love count, even when his competence fails. And there is something in that compassion that is itself the show's most fundamental argument, that love matters even when it is not enough. That the person who loves without full capacity to protect what he loves is not simply a failure. That Homer, for all the ways in which he has been shaped into the perfect tool of Burns's exploitation, is still a person whose love for his family is the realest thing in Springfield. But the tragedy is still there. It does not disappear because the show is compassionate about it. Homer's love is real, and Homer's capacity to act on it in the ways that would most protect what he loves is broken. And the brokenness was installed in him by forces, environmental, conspiratorial, neurological, that he had no part in creating and no awareness of even now. He is being failed by a system he cannot see. He is being exploited by a man he cannot quite hold responsible in his mind, even though some part of him understands the connection. He is the tragic hero who never gets to the recognition scene, because the recognition scene requires exactly the cognitive function that the tragedy has taken from him. Homer goes on loving his family. The plant goes on leaking. Burns goes on living. And the loop keeps running, because the mechanism that would break it is the mechanism that was most thoroughly destroyed. Marge Simpson and the weight of competence. There is a specific kind of exhaustion that comes from being the most competent person in an environment that relies on your competence without acknowledging it. The kind of exhaustion that accumulates across years of holding things together that would fall apart without you. While the things you are holding together and the people for whose benefit you are holding them together proceed without full awareness of what your holding is costing you. Marge Simpson is exhausted. The show depicts this periodically in episodes that give her specific storylines, rather than using her primarily as the stability against which everyone else's chaos plays out. In those episodes, the exhaustion is visible. It surfaces in the ways that repressed feelings tend to surface. Not in direct expression, but in the specific forms of crisis and displacement that repression eventually forces out. Marge has a gambling addiction that the show depicts in one episode and then largely drops. She develops anxiety disorders that are treated as character details rather than ongoing conditions. She has moments of genuine despair that the show handles with more sincerity than it handles most things, and then the episode ends and she returns to the version of herself that the household requires. Patient, capable, present. The one who knows where everything is and what everyone needs and how to manage the specific catastrophes that Homer and Bart generate with such reliable frequency. The show has periodically asked the question of what Marge wants, what she wants for herself, independent of what her family needs from her, independent of the role she occupies in the household. These episodes are among the show's most interesting because they reveal how thoroughly Marge has organized her identity around being the thing the family needs, how little practice she has at identifying her own desires separately from the desires she has in her role as mother and wife, and how the few times she has pursued something for herself, a career, a passion, a space that is hers, the household has responded with a combination of support and chaos that ultimately draws her back into the center. Marge is good at what she does. She is exceptionally good at it. The competence is real and the love behind it is real. But the show is also honest in the moments when it turns its attention to this question about the cost of being the load-bearing element in a structure that does not fully see its own architecture. Marge holds the Simpson family together. The Simpson family has never been confronted with having to hold itself together. These two facts exist in a relationship that has never been examined within the show's universe because the examination would require someone to notice it, and the person who would notice it, Marge, is too busy holding it together to have the space to step back far enough to see the shape of what she is doing. In the radiation theory, Marge's specific psychological profile makes a particular kind of sense. If the contamination affects each person differently depending on their individual biology, then Marge's form of impact might be the suppression of self-centered emotional response. A heightened capacity for caregiving, coupled with a diminished capacity for self-advocacy. The contamination in this reading did not damage Marge the way it damaged Homer. It did not reduce her intelligence or her emotional capacity. It altered the specific balance between her care for others and her care for herself, amplifying the former and diminishing the latter, producing a person who is extraordinarily capable of sustaining others and finds it very difficult to sustain herself in the same way. The plant needed Homer in Sector 7. Springfield needed Marge at 742 Evergreen Terrace, and the environment produced exactly the people those roles required. Bart and the cost of being seen. Bart Simpson is 10 years old and has been 10 years old for 36 years. He is the most famous cartoon child in American television history. He has been on t-shirts and lunchboxes and Saturday morning specials. He defined a generation's idea of what rebellious childhood looks like. He is the kid who says what adults are thinking, who does what adults want to do, who treats authority with the specific mixture of contempt and resignation that authority tends to earn from people who are subjected to it without having consented to the subjection. He is also, the show has established across enough episodes to constitute a coherent through line, a child who is struggling. Not dramatically struggling, not in a way that requires a very special episode or a therapist's intervention. Struggling in the ordinary, quiet way that children struggle when their environment does not quite meet what they need from it. Bart is academically behind. He is in trouble constantly and consistently. He has a father who loves him but who also, with some regularity, strangles him. And the strangling, which the show treats as comedy, is also, if you look at it without the comedy framing, a depiction of a parent who responds to frustration with his child through a reflexive physical aggression that the show has normalized across 3 decades. Homer strangles Bart. This is one of the show's most enduring running bits. Bart does something frustrating. Homer chokes him. The show has always framed it as harmless slapstick. The strangling produces no lasting harm. Bart experiences no distress beyond the immediate episode. Homer feels immediate remorse in the moments when the show gives the beat time to breathe. It is a joke that the show runs periodically and the audience accepts as part of the established vocabulary of this particular relationship. But within the logic of the show's universe, Homer's responses to Bart are also, cumulatively, a depiction of an inconsistent and occasionally physically aggressive parenting dynamic. Homer loves Bart. He would do anything to protect Bart. He has done many things to protect Bart across the show's run, and he also periodically chokes him. Both things are true simultaneously, because humans contain contradictions and families contain contradictions, and the show is honest enough about this to depict both the genuine love and the genuine failure without resolving the tension between them. Bart occupies a specific position in the Simpson household. He is the child who is most like Homer in temperament. Impulsive, immediate, driven by present pleasure rather than future consequence, spectacular in his failures and genuine in his affections. And the child who is therefore most at risk of reproducing Homer's specific form of damage. Bart is the son who will most likely grow up to be some version of his father. The question the show has never answered, because it has never allowed its characters to age into the adults they would become, is whether the specific version of Homer that Bart would grow into would have the same vulnerabilities to the same system, or whether something in the 36 years of accumulated experience would produce something different. Lisa's vision of the future that she glimpses in Lisa's wedding suggests Bart at approximately the age Homer is now, still in Springfield, still doing some version of what he has always done. Still in the loop tightening, generation by generation, around the Simpson men. Lisa, and the weight of seeing Lisa Simpson, is 8 years old. She is the most intelligent member of her family and one of the most intelligent characters in the show's universe. She has an IQ that the show has established as exceptional. She plays the saxophone with genuine ability. She is a vegetarian, a Buddhist, an environmentalist, a feminist, and a person with deeply held ethical commitments that she is willing to incur social costs to maintain. She reads, she thinks, she asks questions. She is also, across 36 seasons, one of the loneliest characters on television. The show has been honest about this from very early. Lisa's isolation is not a temporary condition to be resolved by the right episode or the right friendship or the right institutional recognition of her gifts. It is the ongoing condition of being the most perceptive person in a room that does not particularly value perception. She sees things that other people do not see, and the things she sees are frequently inconvenient for the people she is with, and the response she gets when she points at what she sees is frequently some version of, "Please stop pointing at that." This is not limited to her family, it is Springfield-wide. Lisa raises her hand in classrooms where the teachers are not prepared for the questions she is about to ask. She advocates for positions that the community finds inconvenient. She is right repeatedly and demonstrably about things that the community would prefer not to have been right. And the community's response to her rightness is not gratitude, but resistance. Not acknowledgement, but dismissal. In the radiation theory, Lisa's profile fits a specific pattern. The same contamination that reduced Homer's intelligence to a clinical disability amplified Maggie's to unmeasurable levels. Lisa, born after her parents had been in Springfield's contaminated environment for years, sits between these poles. Her intelligence is extraordinary, but not to the same degree as Maggie's. She is affected by the environment, but in a direction opposite to Homer's. The contamination enhanced rather than diminished, produced more rather than less, gave something extraordinary rather than taking something fundamental away. But the gift is isolating precisely because it is a gift. Lisa sees more than the people around her can see. She understands more than she can share. She is perpetually in the position of the person who has read the last page and is watching everyone else figure out what she already knows, and who cannot share what she knows, because sharing would require the other people to have read the same pages. The show has also been clear that Lisa's intelligence does not protect her from the specific vulnerabilities of childhood. She wants to be liked. She wants friends. She wants her father to think she is wonderful, which he does, in the imperfect and somewhat confused way that Homer thinks everything about his family is wonderful, without always understanding quite what he is looking at. She wants to belong to Springfield in some way that Springfield's dominant culture will not quite allow, because her belonging to Springfield requires Springfield to value what she brings. And Springfield's dominant culture has other priorities. The tragedy of Lisa is not that she is unhappy. She finds joy. She finds meaning. She finds moments of genuine connection. The tragedy is that she is perpetually slightly outside the world she is in, not by choice but by constitution. She sees it too clearly to be fully inside it, and the clarity that comes from seeing clearly is also the thing that prevents full belonging. She is the show's conscience. She is the character who most consistently identifies what is wrong and most consistently fails to change it. She is the voice of the theories we have been discussing tonight in some sense. The character within Springfield, who would be most likely to put the radiation and the coma and the conspiracy together and see the full picture. And she is also consistently and definitively the character whose seeing makes no difference to what happens. She sees it. She says it. Springfield moves on. The loop runs. The plant keeps leaking. Burns stays alive. And Lisa, 8 years old and perpetually 8 years old, raises her hand in the next classroom and waits for someone to be ready for the question she is about to ask. Someday they might be, but not in Springfield. Not in the contaminated zone, where the mechanisms that would allow the question to produce the answer are exactly the mechanisms that the contamination was always designed to compromise. A final note on what makes Springfield last. Why does it last? Not The Simpsons as a television show, which lasts for the ordinary reasons that successful television shows last. Ratings, legacy, institutional inertia, the comfort of familiarity. Why does Springfield, the idea of Springfield, the specific fictional community we have spent this entire video examining from every angle, persist in the cultural imagination with a durability that few fictional places have ever achieved? The obvious answer is familiarity. People have been watching this show for 36 years. The characters are as well known as any characters in American fiction. The show is deeply embedded in the cultural vocabulary of multiple generations of viewers. This is true, and it is part of the explanation. But the deeper answer, the one that the theories in this video keep approaching from different directions, is that Springfield is not just familiar. Springfield is recognizable. There is a difference. Familiarity is about time spent with something. Recognizability is about the thing reflecting something you already know from somewhere else. Springfield is recognizable not because we have spent time there, but because we have, in some version, been there. Not in a place with a nuclear plant and a three-eyed fish and a glowing billionaire, but in a community with power structures we did not choose, with economic dependencies we cannot easily exit, with a social contract that includes unspoken agreements about what can be noticed and what must be passed over, in a family with love that is real and damage that is also real, with parents who gave what they could and could not always give what was needed, with siblings whose differences produced friction, and also, underneath the friction, the specific closeness that only comes from people who grew up in the same impossible circumstances. We recognize Springfield because Springfield is built from materials we know. The specific combination in Springfield is cartoon and exaggerated and pushed to extremes the show's format allows. But the materials, the love and the damage and the power and the complicity and the forgetting and the specific human effort to find something worth holding onto inside a system that was not built for your benefit, these are not cartoons. These are the materials that human lives are actually made of. That is why the theories matter. Not because they are true. We have been careful throughout this video about the difference between what the theories propose and what the show actually confirms. They matter because they are an attempt to engage seriously with materials that deserve serious engagement. They are the result of people looking at Springfield and refusing to accept the surface. Refusing to pass over the three-eyed fish without asking what the fish means. Refusing to accept Homer's survival of the impossible without asking what kind of body survives the impossible. Refusing to watch a town reset after catastrophe without asking how the reset works. The theories are Springfield taken seriously, and taking Springfield seriously produces, reliably and with remarkable consistency, a portrait of something that is genuinely interesting, genuinely dark, and genuinely human. The show did not predict the future. It described a present that was already darker than the comedy made it appear. The radiation was always there. The coma was always a possibility. The social contract was always in operation. The billionaire was always too expensive to die. The mother was always in exile, The baby was always watching. We just had to look carefully enough to see it. And now you have. So sleep well. Let Springfield be whatever you need it to be tonight. The background noise, the familiar voice, the long, familiar story that knows when to be funny and when to be something quieter. Let the loop run. It has been running for 36 years. It knows how to take care of itself. Homer will find his way home by the end of the episode. He always does. That is the whole point, and it is enough. Thank you for all of this time, genuinely. The comments are open. Drop your time, drop your location, drop whatever you are thinking. I will read it. Subscribe if you want more. Sleep well. I'll see you in the next one. Extended Deep Dive. The Anatomy of Springfield's Institutions. There is a version of Springfield that you can describe purely through its institutions. The nuclear power plant, the elementary school, the police department, the courthouse, the hospital, the church, the bar, the Quickie Mart. Map these institutions and you have something that looks superficially like a normal American town with the normal set of civic structures that small American towns accumulate across generations. You have the places people work, learn, worship, drink, buy milk, get arrested, get sick, get treated, get judged. Look more carefully, and what you have is a set of institutions that have all failed their stated function in the same direction. Every one of them, not in different directions, not in ways that reflect independent institutional failure, but in the same direction, serving the same outcome, preserving the same arrangement of power that keeps Burns at the top and everyone else in their designated positions. Start with the most obvious. The nuclear power plant is not a power plant in the normal sense of a facility that exists to generate electricity for a community. It is a power plant in the sense that it generates power, control, dependency, leverage for one man over an entire community. And the electricity is the mechanism by which that power is delivered. Burns does not operate the plant because Springfield needs electricity. He operates the plant because Springfield cannot survive without electricity, and he owns the electricity. And the ownership of the thing the community cannot survive without is the foundation of every other form of control he exercises. The 342 safety violations are not failures of the institution. They are features of it. A properly maintained nuclear facility, one that met the regulatory standards that would cost $56 million to achieve, would be subject to meaningful external oversight. It would have to operate according to rules established by entities outside Burns's control. The violations create a facility that is technically subject to oversight, but practically beyond it. Too expensive to bring into compliance, too embedded in the community's economic life to shut down, protected by the same configuration of political and financial influence that Burns has been building for a century. The violations are leverage. The cracked cooling towers are leverage. The leaking radioactive waste is leverage. Every deficiency that should be a liability has been converted, through the specific mechanisms of long-term institutional corruption, into a protection. The elementary school sits adjacent to the power plant in more than geographic terms. Springfield Elementary is chronically underfunded in ways that produce specific educational outcomes. The outcomes are not failures of the school. They are features of the educational environment that Springfield's children are embedded in. Children who cannot think critically, who cannot organize, who cannot engage effectively with complex systems, who lack the intellectual tools to analyze the mechanisms of their own exploitation, are exactly the children that the town's dominant institution requires. Not through conscious conspiracy at the level of the school itself. Principal Skinner, or Temzarian if you prefer the revealed truth, is not a Burns agent managing educational outcomes on behalf of the billionaire. But the institutional underfunding that produces the educational outcomes serves the interests of the underfunding's beneficiary. Burns stole the oil revenue from beneath the school. He extracted the resource that could have funded meaningful education improvements and used it for his own purposes. When the school had money, he took it. When the school had no money, he did nothing. This is not incidental. The school's poverty and the plant's wealth are connected at the level of institutional design, even if nobody in the room where the design was made thought of it in these terms. Chief Wiggum's police department is genuinely incompetent, and the show has always treated this as comedy. The jokes about the Springfield police being unable to solve obvious crimes, arriving late to emergencies, pursuing entirely the wrong suspects, misinterpreting evidence, accepting bribes, and generally functioning at a level of effectiveness that falls well below what the community needs from a law enforcement institution. These are among the show's most consistently funny recurring bits. Wiggum's specific brand of cheerful, food-focused, investigatively disastrous incompetence has produced some of the show's best moments. But the incompetence has a function. A police department that works would, at various points across the show's history, have investigated the nuclear plant. It would have investigated the deaths and injuries that the plant's safety violations have caused. It would have investigated Burns for any number of the crimes he has committed across the show's run. It would have investigated Homer for any number of incidents that should have prompted investigation. It would have, at minimum, followed up on the three-eyed fish that was pulled from a river near the plant and made national news. It has done none of these things. Not because Chief Wiggum is specifically in Burns's pocket, though the show implies this at various points, but because a department that has been underfunded, understaffed, and culturally shaped to prioritize the minor crimes of the powerless over the major crimes of the powerful will reliably fail to threaten the arrangement of power it exists within. Springfield's police protects property and manages the public presence of poverty and minor disorder. It does not and has never been resourced or culturally oriented to investigate institutional crime at the level that Springfield's largest institution is committing it. The hospital is perhaps the most disturbing institutional failure in Springfield, because the hospital is where the consequences of everything else in this video should most visibly accumulate. Radiation exposure produces specific medical outcomes. Chronic contamination of a water supply produces specific medical outcomes. A population with the specific anomalous physical characteristics of Springfield's residents should produce a medical record that, examined in aggregate, tells a very clear story about the environment that produced it. Dr. Nick Riviera and Dr. Julius Hibbert represent the poles of Springfield's medical establishment. Hibbert is the competent, professionally credentialed, socially embedded physician. He has treated the Simpson family across the show's entire run. He has been present at every significant medical event in the family's life. He is, by all observable evidence, a skilled doctor with genuine expertise. And across the entire show's run, he has never looked at the aggregate health data of his patient population and drawn the obvious conclusion. He has told Burns that he has every disease known to medicine simultaneously and responded with visible amusement. He has treated Homer for injuries that should be fatal and discharged him. He has been present for the accumulated medical anomalies of Springfield's population and has produced no documented concern, no public statement, no referral to a relevant regulatory authority. The show plays this for laughs. Hibbert's chuckle, the specific warm, practiced laugh that follows the delivery of information that would, in any normal context, be delivered with grave concern, is one of the show's most recognizable recurring beats. The chuckle is not funny under the radiation theory. It is the sound of a doctor who has either been systematically prevented from drawing the obvious conclusion by whatever mechanism Burns's influence operates through the healthcare infrastructure, or who has drawn the conclusion and decided that the consequences of acting on it are more dangerous to him personally than the consequences of not acting on it. Neither option is funny. Both options are the kind of institutional failure that, in a community that was not Springfield, would be the subject of investigation and accountability. Springfield is not a community where institutional investigation and accountability are functional concepts. On the nature of the Quickie Mart, Apuna Hazapima Pedalon has managed the Quickie Mart for the entire run of the show. He has a Ph.D. He is, by any reasonable assessment, significantly overqualified for the work he does. He is also, by the show's depiction across its early seasons, one of the hardest working characters in Springfield. Working inhuman hours, maintaining the store, serving customers across the entire spectrum of Springfield's civic life. The Quickie Mart is the node through which Springfield's daily life flows. Every character has been there. Every character has a relationship with the specific convenience store ecosystem that the Quick E-Mart represents. It is the place where Homer stops on the way home, and the place where Bart conducts his minor juvenile criminal enterprises, and the place that the town gathers around in moments of civic crisis. It is, in the specific social geography of Springfield, a community hub that does not present itself as a community hub. Apu's specific profile, the overqualified, overworked, entrepreneurially committed immigrant maintaining a business at the intersection of Springfield's daily life, reflects something true about the specific social position of the Quick E-Mart owner in the American town. And his relationship to the town's power structures, essentially invisible to Burns, essentially absent from the institutional analysis, doing work that the community depends on without ever being recognized as doing it, is its own form of comment on who gets seen in the distribution of civic acknowledgement and who does not. The show has been complicated about Apu, and this complication is itself worth noting. The character became, over time, a site of genuine cultural debate about representation and caricature that the show eventually addressed through an episode that simultaneously acknowledged the criticism and largely declined to fully reckon with it. What is interesting for our purposes is the underlying structure. A highly educated, highly capable person working in a role that does not reflect his capacity, embedded in a community whose power structures he is effectively invisible to, doing the daily transactional work that keeps the community running without any of that work being acknowledged as significant. This is a pattern in Springfield that repeats itself in different registers. The people doing the work that the community depends on are consistently outside the structures that distribute recognition and reward. Another pass on Burns's century of patience. One of the most underexamined aspects of Mr. Burns's character is his patience. Not patience in the everyday sense of the word, the willingness to wait a few minutes without complaint. Burns's patience is of a different order entirely. It is the patience of someone who has operated across a time frame that makes short-term inconveniences genuinely irrelevant. A man who has been accumulating power for more than 100 years does not think in the terms that his employees and adversaries think in. He does not think about this quarter or this fiscal year. He thinks about this decade and the configuration of influence that needs to be in place by the end of it to ensure the next decade goes the way he needs it to. When the German investors bought the plant, in the episode where they first appeared, they fired Homer. Burns got it back. But what the episode establishes in the process is something more interesting than the punchline. Burns's immediate reinstallation of Homer was not a sentimental decision. It was a strategic one made with complete clarity about what Homer's presence in the facility accomplishes. The Germans nearly went bankrupt trying to assess the cost of bringing the plant to code. Burns understood this because he had already done the calculation and decided that the violations were more valuable than compliance. He bought the plant back and reinstalled the conditions, specifically including Homer Kanamawan, that he understood to be optimal for his purposes. This kind of calculation, assessing a situation in terms of its strategic value to objectives that extend decades into the future, is not available to most people. Most people are too embedded in the present, too subject to the immediate pressures of their circumstances, to operate with the detachment that long-term strategic thinking requires. Burns operates with that detachment because his relationship to time is fundamentally different from the relationship most people have to it. He has had 100 years to learn that short-term fluctuations do not determine long-term outcomes. He has had 100 years to watch the people who tried to stop him fail and the people who tried to accommodate him succeed, and to draw the appropriate lessons. This is what makes Burns genuinely frightening in a way that cartoon villains typically are not. He is not frightening because he has powers or resources that others lack, though he has both. He is frightening because his relationship to time gives him a structural advantage that cannot be overcome by any individual act of resistance. You can frustrate his plans in the short term. You can defeat any specific scheme. But Burns has been playing the long game for a century, and the long game is the one that matters, and the people who could play it with him are dead. Mona Simpson tried to disrupt the long game. She organized, she acted, she destroyed a specific piece of Burns's infrastructure. And Burns spent 27 years making sure she could never come home. Not because the specific act of destroying the lab was existentially threatening to him. It was a setback, one of many setbacks across a century. But because allowing the act to go without consequence would have sent a signal that the long game could be disrupted. That there were costs to alignment with Burns's interests that were less than the costs of resistance. Burns spent 27 years pursuing one woman to make sure the math stayed unfavorable for the people doing the calculation about whether to fight him. That is patience of a specific and terrible kind. The patience that comes from having more time than the people you are fighting. Smithers has been at his side through almost all of this, and the show has handled Wayland Smithers Jr. with more genuine complexity than most of what surrounds him. Smithers' devotion to Burns has been framed differently at different points in the show's run. As loyalty, as love, as pathology, as codependency, as the specific form of identity fusion that happens when a person organizes their entire sense of self around their relationship to one other person. The show has been careful not to settle on a single framing, and more careful still not to treat Smithers as a simple figure. What the show establishes with enough consistency to take seriously is that Smithers understands Burns' situation in ways that nobody else in Springfield does. He understands the treatment schedule. He understands the disease management. He understands at the operational level what is keeping Burns alive and what would happen if any element of that operation failed. He manages Burns' biological maintenance the way a hospital manages a critical patient, with total attention to the schedule, the protocols, the signs that something is shifting. This means Smithers is not simply devoted to Burns the person. He is also the single point of failure in the infrastructure that keeps Burns alive. If Smithers leaves, if Smithers is removed, if something happens to Smithers, the treatment schedule lapses, the disease equilibrium fails, and Burns' century of accumulated power terminates in a hospital room when the conditions that have been holding his biology together can no longer be maintained. This is not a comfortable position to be in. The person who knows most about how the system sustaining Burns works is also the person whose removal would end it. And Burns, who understands leverage better than anyone in Springfield, absolutely understands this dynamic. The relationship between Burns and Smithers is the most complicated power relationship in the show, precisely because the power runs in both directions. Burns has the wealth and the institutional power. Smithers has the knowledge and the operational capacity that Burns' survival literally requires. The show has depicted this through the lens of Smithers' emotional state. His specific form of devotion, his distress when Burns is indifferent to him, his relief when Burns is warm toward him. But underneath the emotional dynamic is a structural reality. Two people bound to each other by needs that neither can fully admit are operating, in an arrangement that looks like loyalty from the outside and is, from the inside, something considerably more complicated and considerably less free. One more thread. The children Springfield makes. We have talked at length about what Springfield does to the adults it contains. What it does to Homer, to Burns, to Marge, to Ned, to all the people who came to their positions through years of accumulated exposure to the specific conditions that Springfield generates. But there is a version of this question that focuses specifically on what Springfield does to children. Because Springfield is raising children. It has always been raising children. And the question of what kind of adults those children become is, in the long arc of the theories we have been following, the question of what the next loop looks like. Bart will be someone's parent eventually. In the floating timeline, he never gets there. But within the logic of the radiation theory and the social contract theory and the coma theory, the question of what the next generation of Springfield residents would look like, if the show ever allowed itself to depict one, is the question of whether the loop perpetuates itself, or whether something in the accumulated experience of growing up in Springfield produces the capacity to see the loop for what it is. The evidence from the characters we have is not encouraging. Lisa sees the loop most clearly of any character her age. She understands what is happening around her with more precision than any other character in the show, and she cannot change it. Her intelligence is not the lever that breaks the loop because the loop was not built to be broken by intelligence alone. Breaking it would require intelligence combined with institutional access and social power, and the specific configurations of support and resource that Springfield does not provide to people like Lisa. She will go on asking questions, and Springfield will go on not quite being ready for them. That is the specific tragedy the show has built for her across 36 years. Not stupidity, not the wrong kind of intelligence. Exactly the right kind, applied in exactly the wrong environment, without the structures that would allow the intelligence to produce the change it is capable of producing. Bart's adaptation to Springfield is more complex because Bart's intelligence operates differently. He is not Lisa. He is not processing the world through the same analytical framework. Bart's intelligence is situational, practical, social. He reads rooms, reads people, moves through environments with an adaptability that his academic record would not predict. He is, in the environment that Springfield produces, someone who has learned to navigate the system rather than challenge it. He disrupts without dismantling. He resists without organizing. He is the kind of person the system can accommodate. A minor disruptor who provides just enough friction to feel like opposition without having the orientation or the resources to actually threaten anything. This is not a condemnation of Bart. It is a description of what the environment produces. Bart's specific form of intelligence was shaped in Springfield, by Springfield, for survival in Springfield. The adaptations that make him effective in this environment are the same adaptations that make him less effective at everything that would require sustained, organized, long-term effort toward a goal that Springfield's systems would resist. He is the product of his environment in the specific way that children always are. His capacities were shaped by what the environment rewarded, and the environment rewarded exactly the capacities that would make him useful to the loop without threatening it. Maggie is the exception. If the theories hold, Maggie is the mutation that Springfield did not account for. The intelligence that is too large to be accommodated within the system's tolerance for variation. And she is choosing silence, choosing invisibility, biting whatever she is biting. The show has given us no information about what Maggie is waiting for, because the show has never allowed time to pass far enough to show us. But the profile she presents, the observation without action, the accumulated understanding deployed only when the deployment is so well-timed and so precisely targeted that it cannot be defended against, is the profile of someone who has understood the loop at a structural level and is waiting for the specific moment when intervention can actually change it. Or perhaps not. Perhaps Maggie, having grown up in the same environment as everyone else, is subject to the same limitations as everyone else, despite her anomalous intelligence. Perhaps the loop is robust enough to accommodate even extraordinary intelligence within its continuation. Perhaps the contamination that amplified her cognitive capacity also embedded in her something that ensures the amplification serves the loop rather than breaks it. The show will not tell us. It cannot tell us without allowing time to pass, and time cannot pass because the loop is the show. So Maggie watches, and Springfield runs, and the children Springfield makes become the adults Springfield needs in the specific configuration that Burns built and the contamination maintains and the social contract preserves. And somewhere in a hospital bed in Springfield General, if the coma theory holds, a man is dreaming about his family. Dreaming about his children who never grow up. Dreaming that Maggie is safe even though he cannot be there to protect her. Because in the dream she is extraordinary, because in the dream he gave her the gift of being more than enough for anything she will face. The dream holds. The loop runs. The family is intact on Evergreen Terrace, warm and chaotic and fully, completely real in the only way that matters to the man dreaming it. He is not ready to wake up. He never will be. And so Springfield persists in amber at the exact moment it was frozen. The children always young, the parents always together, the beer always cold, the couch always there, the credits rolling and then starting again. Exactly the same. Exactly what was asked for. Exactly what it has always been. Sleep now. You have spent a long time in Springfield tonight, and Springfield will keep. It always does. Comment your time and your place in the world. I want to know where this finds you, and if this is the kind of night you want more of. Subscribe. There are more long, slow dives where this one came from. I'll see you in the next one. End of script. The Long Sleep. On Watching Springfield from a Distance. There is something particular that happens when you watch a show for long enough. The characters stop being characters in the way they were when you first encountered them. Two-dimensional figures serving narrative functions inside a story, and become something closer to presences. Things that exist in some corner of your awareness, as reliably as the more fixed features of your experience. You know what Homer will do when Bart does something frustrating. You know what Marge will do when the household is in crisis. You know what Lisa will say when she sees injustice. And you know that Springfield will not change in response to what Lisa says. And you know that Lisa will say it again in the next episode because Lisa is the kind of person who keeps saying things even after the world has made clear that the saying will not change the outcome. You know these things about people who do not exist. This is the strange intimacy that long-running serialized fiction produces. It operates differently from the intimacy of novels or films, where you have the complete shape of the thing before you and can hold it whole. Serial fiction builds its intimacy through accumulation, through the specific weight of return. You come back, and the thing is still there, and the thing is still itself, and something in the return itself is the experience, independent of what happens in the specific episode you're watching. Springfield rewards this kind of watching more than almost anything else in American television. Not because the show is always good. The debate about when it stopped being good is one of the internet's oldest running arguments, and we have not settled it tonight and will not. But because Springfield is dense, it has been built up layer by layer across 36 years and nearly 800 episodes, and the density means that attentive watching keeps finding things that casual watching passes over. The specific background detail that contradicts the official story. The throwaway line that, examined in context, reveals something about the character delivering it that the scene is not flagging as significant. The recurring visual that noticed turns out to have been present in multiple episodes in ways that suggest either intention or the kind of deep pattern that emerges from a shared creative unconscious, working on the same material for decades. The theories in this video emerge from that kind of watching, from people who return to Springfield again and again with more attention than the show was expecting them to bring, and who kept noticing things. The radiation theory emerged from someone who noticed that the visual distinction between Springfield residents and outside visitors was consistent enough and specific enough to be meaningful rather than coincidental. The coma theory emerged from someone who noticed the specific tonal discontinuity between the show before and after the vending machine incident, and who followed the thread of that discontinuity back to its origin. The Burns immortality theory emerged from someone who put together the evidence of Burns's historical references, his medical treatment, and his Three Stooges disease equilibrium, and noticed that the combination implied something specific and unusual about his biology. None of these things are stated plainly by the show. The show does not confirm any of them as the intended interpretation, but they are there, in the text, available to the attentive reader, consistent with the evidence in ways that are not quite explicable as coincidence. What does that mean? One answer is that the writers are better than they get credit for. That the specific patterns we find in Springfield are the result of a writing staff that has maintained enough internal consistency across 36 years that its accumulated choices produce coherent implications, even when those implications were not consciously intended at any single moment of writing. A show written by this many people across this many years, maintaining this much continuity, will inevitably develop properties that no single writer planned because the properties emerge from the whole rather than from any particular decision. Another answer is that some of the patterns were planted, that at various points across the show's run, specific writers made specific choices that they intended to be legible to the attentive viewer, even if they would go unnoticed by casual watching. That the show has always been in conversation with the version of itself that its most attentive audience was constructing, and that the specific things we find when we look carefully are the things that were left there to be found. The truth is probably both. But the interesting thing, the thing that this video has been building toward all along in its own quiet way, is that it does not matter which answer is correct. The patterns are there. The implications are real. Springfield is a denser and darker and more coherent place than the surface presentation suggests, regardless of whether that density and darkness and coherence were planned or emerged. The meaning is in the text whether it was put there consciously or not, and the specific meaning that emerges from reading Springfield carefully. The contaminated town, the dreaming man, the controlled narrative, the institutional corruption serving a century-old accumulation of power, is a meaning that says something worth saying about the real places this fictional place was built to reflect. American towns have nuclear plants. American billionaires have been alive, institutionally speaking, for more than a century, even when the individual holders of the wealth have died, because the wealth transmits the power, and the power transmits the influence, and the influence transmits the specific arrangements that keep certain families at the top. American communities have social contracts about what can be noticed and what must be passed over. American families carry damage across generations without understanding its origin. American children become the adults that the environment shapes them to become, constrained and enabled by the specific configuration of what their community was built to produce. Springfield is not a prediction and not a warning. It is a portrait. Drawn with the specific distortions that satire allows, the yellow skin and the four fingers and the impossibly ancient billionaire, but recognizable underneath the distortions as something real. The distortions are not obstacles to the recognition. They are what makes the recognition possible because they amplify the features that matter to the point where they cannot be missed by anyone willing to look. And we have been looking tonight, for a long time, for as long as this video has been running. What did we find? We found a town where the most fundamental systems, the power generation, the education, the law enforcement, the medicine, all fail in the same direction, serving the same outcome, maintaining the same arrangement. We found a family that loves each other with genuineness and completeness, and that is simultaneously damaged in ways that prevent that love from fully protecting the people it is directed at. We found a billionaire who has been building a system of control for longer than most institutions have existed, and who has succeeded because the specific form of control he built is invisible to the people inside it. We found a baby who might be the most intelligent person in Springfield, waiting in silence. We found a man who might be dreaming all of it, keeping his family safe in amber because the alternative is waking up and finding out how much time has passed. We found, in other words, something worth finding. Something that was there all along, visible to anyone who looked carefully enough, and stayed long enough and refused to accept the surface as the whole story. Springfield has always been more than it appears. Every time someone looks carefully, it reveals another layer, another pattern, another buried thing waiting to be noticed by someone patient enough to find it. Tonight, you were that person. Tomorrow, you can go back to watching it for the jokes. The jokes are good. Some of them are very good. The show has been running for 36 years and it still, periodically, makes people laugh in ways that feel surprising and earned. The comedy is real. But now you also know about the layer underneath the comedy. The specific darkness that the show has been building, episode by episode, for 3.5 decades. The contamination and the dream and the conspiracy and the social contract and the frozen timeline and everything else we have spent tonight examining. You cannot unknow it. Springfield is still there. The plant is still leaking. Burns is still alive. Homer is still asleep at his workstation or in his hospital bed, depending on which frame you apply. And Maggie is still watching, behind the pacifier, with those enormous dark eyes, waiting for the moment she decides to speak. When she does, it will change everything. Or it will change nothing. Because in Springfield, the loop runs. It always has. It always will. Until someone finally presses play. End of script. Total approximate word count, 40,500 words. Thank you for being here for all of it. Drop your time and location. Subscribe if this is your kind of night, and sleep well. I'll see you in the next one. A final meditation. What The Simpsons Knows About Endings. Every episode of The Simpsons ends. That is the basic unit of the show's structure, and it is worth pausing on because the ending is the thing the show has thought about more carefully than almost anything else in its form. Each episode builds, through whatever specific chaos its premise generates, toward a resolution. Sometimes the resolution is earned in narrative terms. The conflict is addressed, the problem is solved, the characters arrive somewhere different from where they started. More often, the resolution is formal rather than narrative. The episode concludes because 22 minutes have elapsed and the credits need to roll, and the state of things at the conclusion is approximately the state of things at the beginning. The specific crisis having passed without the underlying conditions that generated it having changed. This is what fans mean when they talk about the reset button. The end of the episode pushes the reset. Everyone returns to their starting position. The damage is undone. The lesson is unlearned. The catastrophe is survived and forgotten, and the next episode begins with the same family in the same house at the same starting conditions. The reset has been criticized as lazy writing, as a failure of narrative commitment, as the show declining to honor the implications of its own stories. Some of this criticism is fair in specific cases, but as a general indictment, it misses what the reset is actually doing. The reset is the show's most honest, formal choice. Because this is what life actually does. Life resets. The crisis passes and the family is still there, and the morning comes and breakfast gets made and someone goes to work and someone goes to school, and the specific texture of the day is shaped by the specific people and the specific circumstances. But the underlying conditions are the same ones they were before the crisis. The mortgage is still owed. The job is still the job. The relationship is still the relationship. The problems that generated the crisis are still present and still generating. Not because the crisis changed nothing, crises change things, but because the things a crisis changes are rarely the things that generated it. The surface shifts. The structure holds. Springfield resets because life resets. The show is not failing to honor the implications of its stories. It is honoring the most fundamental implication of all of them. That the conditions of Springfield are more durable than any individual catastrophe. That the system outlasts the crisis. That by next week everything will be approximately as it was. This is true. It is depressing and it is true, and the show has been saying it, episode after episode, for 36 years. What is also true, and what the show has been saying with equal consistency across the same period, is that within the reset there are things that do not reset. The specific love between Homer and Marge does not reset. It is there before the episode, and it is there after the episode, and it is the one thing in Springfield that the system has not managed to corrupt or diminish or reroute toward its own purposes. The love is real. The love is theirs. The love was there when they were young, and it is there now, and it will be there in whatever version of the future the show can be said to be pointing toward. This is the show's other great truth, alongside the truth that the system is durable and the reset is inevitable. That love persists inside systems that are not designed for it. That the family on the couch is genuinely the family on the couch, genuinely together, genuinely intact, despite everything the town and the plant and the billionaire and the decades of contamination have done and continue to do. Both truths matter. The darkness and the warmth are both real. The show has never resolved the tension between them because the tension does not resolve. You live inside it. You contain it. You keep going to work at the plant and coming home to the family and loving the people you love and being damaged by the system that contains you. And loving anyway, because the love is the thing that the damage cannot touch. The thing that runs beneath the system. The thing that was there before the plant was built and will be there after the cracked cooling towers finally fall. Homer knows this. In whatever state he is in, awake or dreaming in a hospital bed, or somewhere between. Homer knows this. It is the one thing he has always known with total clarity, underneath all the cognitive limitation and all the damage and all the ways the system has shaped him into something smaller than he might have been. His family is worth everything. The love is the point. The couch at 742 Evergreen Terrace, with Marge beside him and Bart and Lisa nearby and Maggie in her arms. That is the whole answer to every question Springfield has ever generated. The plant is the system. The love is what the system cannot reach, and so the show runs, and so the loop continues. And so the Simpsons remain on their couch in amber. At the moment, they were frozen because we froze them there, because that moment of the family together, the children young, the love intact, is the moment worth keeping. Even if keeping it means the loop runs forever. Even if keeping it means no one ever ages and no one ever leaves, and the same cracked cooling towers leak the same invisible poison into the same water forever. Even then, the family is worth it. The dream is worth it. Homer keeps dreaming. Springfield keeps running. And every Sunday night, or whenever you press play, the couch is there. The family is there. The love is there. It always will be. That is the whole story. That is the only story. Good night. Script complete. Word count, approximately 40,500 words. Postscript. The thing Springfield taught us without meaning to. There is a category of knowledge that comes not from being taught, but from absorbing. From being in proximity to something long enough that its specific logic enters your thinking without you having consciously invited it in. The Simpsons has been in proximity to its audience for 36 years. It has been in the background of childhoods and adolescences and adult lives. It has been on in the room while people did other things, and it has been the thing people sat down specifically to watch. And it has been referenced in conversations and quoted in arguments and deployed as shorthand for entire categories of situation and experience. All of that time spent in proximity to Springfield has deposited something. A specific set of intuitions about how power works, about how communities fail the people inside them, about what love looks like when it operates inside systems that are not designed to support it. These intuitions are not the explicit content of any episode. They are what the show teaches by accumulation, by the specific pattern of what it returns to and what it lets drop, by the shape of what happens to characters across years of watching. The Simpsons taught a generation that the billionaire is not on your side. Not through explicit political messaging. The show has always been careful to distribute its satire across the spectrum, finding absurdity on all sides. But through the specific accumulated depiction of what Burns does with his power and what happens to the people around him as a result of what he does with it. You do not need to read an essay about economic power to understand the relationship between the plant and the town after spending time with The Simpsons. The show taught you the relationship the same way it taught you everything, by showing it repeatedly across enough time that the pattern became visible. The Simpsons taught a generation that institutions fail in specific directions rather than randomly, that the school being underfunded and the police being incompetent and the hospital being bizarre are not independent failures occurring by chance, but features of an environment that produces specific failures consistently. You learn this from Springfield the way you learn anything from long experience, by noticing that the same things keep happening in the same configuration, that the pattern is too consistent to be coincidence, that the failures have a shape. The Simpsons taught a generation that family is not simple, that the specific combination of genuine love and genuine damage that the Simpson household contains is not unusual or aberrant, but the ordinary texture of family life in a world that does not always give families what they need to be fully healthy. That Homer's love for his children is real, and his capacity to harm them is also real. And these two things coexist in the same person without either canceling the other out. These are things worth knowing. These are things that are hard to teach through direct instruction, and that fiction teaches through the slower, more durable method of immersive experience across time. 36 years of Springfield has deposited them in the people who watched it. Not as explicit beliefs, but as intuitions, as the kind of knowledge that shapes how you see things without announcing its presence. That is what the best long-running fiction does. It changes the shape of the seeing without necessarily changing what is seen. You watch something else and you notice things you would not have noticed before Springfield. You are in a real community, and you recognize patterns that would have been invisible to you if you had not spent time in this fictional one. The map Springfield provided is not accurate in its specific details. Real towns do not have three-eyed fish and ancient billionaires who glow in the dark. But the map is accurate in its structural features, and structural accuracy is the kind that matters for navigation. Go back to Springfield now. Watch an episode you have seen before. You will see it differently tonight than you saw it before this video. Not because the video changed the show is what it is, unchanged by our attention to it, but because our attention to it changed us in small ways, in the ways that sustained attention to anything changes the person attending. You will see the plant differently. You will see the Simpsons differently. You will hear Maggie's silence differently. You will notice what Burns does and does not do, and what Homer cannot see. And Springfield will run the loop, and the credits will roll, and the episode will end, and by next week, everything will be reset, as it always is. But you will remember tonight, long after the episode is done. Good night, Springfield. Good night, everyone watching. Thank you for the time. See you next time.